With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should
Cross.
own perhaps at least one half of this
Book
asset.
smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly.
generated because of the.
Coors Light philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
Whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will.
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I know.
I'm Stanley, bitch.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with you, and happy Easter. We had a great Easter. This is one of our better Easters, I think, in a lot of different ways. I can say militarily, it's been one of the best. So, good afternoon. We have quite a bit to discuss. We'll go into pretty good detail. And we have the people that are most involved. We'll give you exactitude. And we're here today to celebrate the success of one of the largest, most complex, most harrowing combat searches. I guess you would call it a search and rescue mission ever attempted by the military. Generally, when planes are knocked down in war, especially when you're fighting a strong group, an evil group, you can't really do this because you send in 200 men to pick up one, and it's something that's usually not attempted as much as you want to attempt. And bad things happen to that one or two. And in this case, we did two, and might not have been attempted before, but we did. And we had great talent. We got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive. On Iranian soil, I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Happy Monday afternoon. Everybody, as you file in, please make sure you hit the like button. If you catch the show on a replay, please make sure you hit the like button as well. And if you're new to the show, please subscribe. Check us out. We may be your cup of tea. We may not be. All's fair on YouTube. And I don't expect Donald Trump to go into the reasons why the rescue mission was necessary, why the pilot and the weapons officer had to eject. No reason to go into all that.
because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to one or two. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Those our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have, and nobody has the military that we have. Not even close. We're the most powerful military anywhere in the world by far.
Oh, and these days, nobody starts the wars we're starting. He forgot to add that part.
The flight crews and warfighters aboard those aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopter. Fabulous machine as our warriors faced gunfire at very close range. It's amazing that when you look at the machinery, what happened, that nobody was even injured. Meanwhile, the second crew member, a weapons system officer, highly respected colonel, had landed a significant distance away from the pilot. When you're going at those speeds, even if you go out 2 or 3 seconds later, it's miles and miles away because you're going fast. He was injured quite badly and stranded in an area teeming with terrorists from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rough group, as well as besieged militia and local authorities.
Let me also point out, can you really call them terrorists when you are in their country, basically bombing it, invading it, whatever you want to call? They're called soldiers, Donald Trump. They are not terrorists when they're in their own country trying to capture the enemy invading it. Dude, this dude is a whack job, about as unpresidential as you can possibly be. Why is he even delivering this speech? Why isn't the Secretary of Defense doing it?
Top of everything else, they told the communities actually within inside of Iran, the people of Iran, they were given a tremendous incentive to find this pilot. Despite the peril, the officer followed his training and climbed into the treacherous mountain terrain and started climbing toward a higher altitude, something they were trained to do in order to evade capture. They want to always go as far away from the site of the shoot down. You want to go as far away because they all head right to that site. You want to be as far away as you can. And he was injured, and he was an amazing, amazing thing. He scaled cliff faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location. They have a very sophisticated beeper type apparatus that is on them at all times. And when they go out on these missions, they make sure they have lots of battery space and they're in good shape. And this one worked really well, amazingly, saved his life. We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from the mountain holdout. And he kept going higher and higher. The mountain kept getting rougher and rougher and really very, very hard to find. This second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas. So we were scattered all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's an amazing thing. I was listening to these great people, these great generals. General Raisin Kane was amazing, and Pete Hegseth was amazing. But I listened to the whole thing. It was pretty amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision, lethality and force, America's military descended on the area, the real area, engaged the enemy, rescued the stranded officer, destroyed all threats, and exited Iranian territory while taking no casualties of any kind. The heroic F-15 weapon system officer had evaded capture on the ground in Iran for almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had 2 large planes, pretty old planes that carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in, we needed to be able to scale mountains. And we had a lot of equipment. But the sand was sandy, wet sand. So we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the weight of the plane. And then we also had all the men jumping back onto the planes. And they got pretty well bogged down. And we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable, where lighter, faster aircraft came in and they took them out. We blew up the old planes. We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment on the planes that frankly we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile spending another 4 hours there taking it off. So we didn't want anybody to have, we have the best equipment anywhere in the world. We didn't want anybody examining our anti-aircraft and other equipment. So these were large planes that were old and pretty old, and we blew them up. And we had faster, lighter planes come in, and they were able to land on the sand. We needed the bigger planes because we had so much equipment that we needed. We took 3 helicopters over there, which were very strongly used and couldn't have lived without them. They did, and they performed unbelievably well. And if you'd see it, you wouldn't believe it. They came off the plane, and these guys had them. The rotors were off. They rebuilt these helicopters in less than 10 minutes. And that was one of the more amazing things. These are helicopters, small, unbelievably powerful, but small, very small, so it can get into certain areas. And they got them off the plane, and they rebuilt all 3 of them in a matter of less than 10 minutes. It's pretty amazing what the genius of these people. Who would think that? You'd think it would take 5 days to build them. And in some companies, it would take 5 days, and they wouldn't do it well. But they served us well. As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle and the genius. I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that we probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. This was not much of a runway. This was a farm. Not a runway, it's a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine right in the middle? This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location. And probably the toughest area of Iran where we'd be sitting there. So these planes came in, those pilots came in so fast.
Speak radio. This is fucking embarrassing. This is just embarrassing. I don't know what to say other than you would have think this. You listening to this guy, you would think this is a firsthand account. He was literally there directing operations as commander-in-chief. It's so sad.
And so quick and got out of there. Everybody got aboard and just got 15-minute intervals. One load out, one load out, one load out. It happened, and we were watching, and we said, "That's amazing." It's in many ways, I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that if we would have had a runway or decent soil. But it was an amazing thing. But we thank God for every single one of them and the talent. The genius is not even talent; it's genius. It's the whole ball game, every one of them. Now, if you look at what we did with Maduro, we went into a military compound, a massive, with thousands and thousands of soldiers, and within a matter of minutes, and he lived behind iron doors. There were steel doors, broke them down so quickly, and within almost minutes, he was in the back of these planes. It was a similar group. Incredible. We have incredibly talented people. And if the time comes, we move heaven and earth to bring them home safely. We're going to bring our people home safely. I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not something that's done. And you'd understand it. Not that they don't want to do it, but when you're going into areas, when you look at these helicopters, when you look at the amount of bullets and everything else that they took, when you go into these areas, you don't come out like we came out. God was watching us. Tell you, well, it was the Easter. We were in an Easter territory, I guess, but God was watching us. It's amazing, because when you look at the machinery, they took damage. It tells you. First thing I said is, these are unbelievable machines. How they flew back and not even much of a problem. But these two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker and talk about.
We're going to find that leaker.
Missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out, because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about, because some things you can't do. Because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation because a leaker leaked.
You know what really would have been the best thing to do to guarantee the security and safety of those pilots? Not to invade a country for no reason whatsoever. That would have been a foolproof way of not having information like this leaked or endangering lives or anything like that. Wonder had he thought of that.
That we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker, because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long. And I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk. They put that man at great risk, and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him, because everyone now knows that we're going in. Over the past 30.
Okay, let me also help our commander-in-chief out. You know that plane, when it hit the ground, it made a big crashing sound, and maybe there was some fireworks and explosion. That in and of itself lets the enemy know that the plane has crashed and that the pilots might have bailed out. I'm sorry to tell you this, but you know what? The enemy would have known uh, probably before the reporter who leaked or whoever leaked it, the enemy, the Iranians would have known about it. Shit, they'd have known about it before you did, Mr. President. Dude, this dude has no critical thinking skills. Somebody needs to fucking, take that shepherd's staff and yank his ass off the stage. This conference went on for like almost an hour and a half of him just rambling on, apparently. This is an embarrassment to the country. Somebody needs to take him aside, and I know it's hard to do. Donald Trump's an asshole. Damn, dude, this is not doing what he thinks it's doing.
37 days, America's armed forces have carried out more than 10,000 combat flights over Iran, unheard of, striking more than 13,000 targets. The F-15 we lost last week was the first manned aircraft downed by the enemy in this entire operation, with thousands and thousands of flights. They got lucky. It was a lucky hit. Eventually you get lucky. But we got lucky too, because we got both of them back. But it's a record that is unparalleled in the history of military air operations. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be involved with it. We were up late at night, and then we were waiting for those contingent planes to come in, and we say, come on, let's go, get in, because they're waiting out on this farm without a runway, with wet, crummy soil, sand, mostly sand, wet sand, and it eats planes alive. And we're waiting, and we're saying, I hope that one can land and take off. And they came in like magic. Boom, 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 one after another. It was like genius. I'm so impressed by that, because we were a little concerned. We said, boy, if they don't get in and get up fast, we're sitting in them. And that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's where the whole bet is. And here we are sitting there waiting for a plane, but they came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to, let's go, come on, get in, let's go. Blah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any room to land. Tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people that I have standing up here with me, and many others at work. I mean, so many. Steve Witkoff's over here. He's doing fantastically. Jared Kushner. But the people that are here, the job they did is amazing. And I think I'm going to introduce the head of the CIA, and he is a man he's central casting, okay? If we cast a movie, he's going to play the head of the CIA. He's one of the few. John Ratcliffe, he did a phenomenal job that night. He did something that I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure you're supposed to. I'm not going to talk about it, but the CIA was very responsible for finding this little speck. It's like they used an expression on one of the shows. A general was talking about, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, finding this pilot. And the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk, it might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail. He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today to share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it, as well as the leadership and resolve of the president who ordered it. One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere And we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury, including this mission to rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the president put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the president can deploy. Some of these capabilities fall under covert action authorities. And because covert means exactly that, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that you want to know. At the president's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the president to find our airmen, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hegseth to the president, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission.
Now, who in the audience believes that the Iranians were depressed? Motherfucker, they shot down 2 American jets. If what I read is correct, that an American jet has not been shot down in the way the Iranians did it in like since 2003 or something like that. It's been decades since an American jet was shot down by missiles or anything like that. And we have had 5 of them, 3 by friendly fire and 2 over Iraq. And the A-10 was able to kind of limp its way back to Kuwaiti airspace before the pilot ditched. Dude, believe me, the Iranians were not depressed. They were just kind of probably a bit frustrated that they couldn't get the pilot or the weapons officer. But believe me, they were not depressed.
When the president asked me to lead the CIA, he made it clear: get back to basics, no politics, no agendas, tackle the hardest problems, and execute the toughest missions. This president is about results. And now that's what his CIA is about too. The professionals at the agency and at the Department of War deserve immense credit for their flawless execution during this daring mission. Their skill, creativity, and courage are unmatched on the battlefield wherever they step. But none of that matters. And all of that is wasted without a president with the political courage to put them into action. Mr. President, I've had the privilege of seeing you act with political courage in the best interest of the United States up close on a daily basis. And I'm grateful that this successful mission has given the American people a window into that as well. The Secretary and Chairman will tell you that our service members' confidence is boosted by a Commander-in-Chief who has their back the same way they have yours. And I know that the confidence of CIA's officers is boosted by the knowledge that their work is informing a president who's not afraid to make the hardest decisions when the stakes are highest. And to the American people,
You know, the hardest decisions come easy to the uninformed, the inept, and the insane. These hard decisions are easy for Trump.
your confidence should be boosted by knowing that the security of the nation is in the hands of a president who's willing to take on problems that have confounded both sides of the political aisle for nearly half a century. It is an honor to serve under a leader who just proved that you can believe him when he says, no matter what, we will leave no one behind. We will come for you. Thank you.
Oh, brother. Dude, what? Oh my God. Somebody hand Trump a fucking hand
Well, John,
towel
thank you for your
to
collaboration. The CIA
to
is
dry the
incredible and ongoing
moisture
partnership.
off.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our armed forces, over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. In two extraordinary combat search and rescue operations.
Oh, the greatest rescue in history was necessary because a fucking fourth-rate military took out 2 American jets. It's the greatest rescue operation in history. And why do we do rescue operations? Because some shit didn't work right.
Operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran, our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill, courage, and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable. When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our force.
Okay, again, those 2 planes were stoppable. Dude, stop. See, this is the kind of thing where you want to get in, congratulate everyone, and get out. Because when you go this long talking about shit, people start asking questions. Okay, it's obvious those 2 planes were stoppable. That's why the rescue operation was necessary. And the problem is, these guys, I don't even know. This is so much lip service. Donald Trump, I saw a number like 31% approval rating for Donald Trump's economy, like the lowest ever recorded. So these guys, I think these guys are the only fans they have left. Donald Trump's cabinet is the last bastion of fanboyism that Trump has left.
Forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran. This was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this? One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple and it was powerful. He sent a message, God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday.
You know, this guy actually sounds like he's Muslim. God is good. Did he say it in English or did he say it in Arabic?
Good Friday. Hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing.
Oh, this
God
is, dude, this is disgusting melodrama. Oh my God. I have never seen something so vile. I honestly, and you know, being a former veteran, my skin is crawling listening to this lizard brain saying all this shit. Dude, this is, yuck. Blech.
But despite incoming fire and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind, and that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer American grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews.
You hear this, motherfucker? Superior warrior ethos? Dude. Oh, man, these guys are just melodramatic beyond belief.
Formed with near perfection under fire, and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot before or during that mission. Death from above. Our troops turned a potential tragedy into a resounding demonstration of American resolve and capability. That's what excellence in uniform looks like. But make no mistake about it, none of this would have been possible without the courageous leadership and ironclad determination
Lord.
of President Donald J. From the moment
I knew it
went down, President Trump made it clear we will leave no one behind. The first mission, the first of
when Donald Trump found out about it, he said, let's suit up and go rescue these pilots.
Two was an audacious daylight thunder run right up the middle. It was authorized in less than 2 hours from that pilot going down when we knew where he was. And it was authorized in the middle of the night because anybody that's worked for this man knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized.
Oh my God.
Without hesitation, audaciously.
You had to pull him away from his Truth Social
account.
account.
Was, and John was certainly helpful in that. Also executed immediately. You know, I looked up at my screen when the final mission was complete inside our SCIF, our secure facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell. And the top of it read 45 minutes and 45 hours and 56 minutes. For 45 hours and 56 minutes, we held that call open for coordination. From the moment our pilots went down, our mission was unblinking. The call never dropped. The meeting never stopped. The planning never ceased. The president demanded rapid, decisive action. He backed our military with the full weight of his resolve, refusing to let enemy propaganda or tactical setbacks deter us. His leadership ensured that every lethal and non-lethal resource was brought to bear, that our forces had the authorities and the support they needed to succeed. When the president says he has the backs of our warfighters, he means it. And it means a great deal, and it's a big difference on the battlefield. President Trump understands that peace through strength is not a slogan. It is a doctrine that saves American lives. His unwavering commitment to rebuilding our military and restoring the warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one. Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini. To those heroes who planned and executed these rescues, your nation stands in awe. I stand in awe. The chairman stands in awe. We all stand in awe of your professionalism and bravery. We serve for you. You embody the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their families, welcome home. Your courage and endurance, the quiet declaration of faith amid the storm, inspires us all. God is good every day. And to our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops, God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. A note before I start, I know many of you want specific details in these briefings. We will share what we can, but I will retain what I must in the event that
Okay, he will be there and he's gonna probably want to do timelines and shit like that. I don't have that kind of patience. Let me give him a chance, but if he starts getting into like at 0 or 0700 hours, starting to get into timelines, we don't need to hear any of that.
we have to go do this again sometime. And I cannot stress the importance, as the president said, around operational security. The secretary and I will do a more detailed briefing tomorrow morning, and we look forward to sharing the details that we can. On Thursday, 2 April.
Okay, no, not doing it.
Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. And these two gentlemen have been, from day one, they've been perfecto. I got to know General Kane in my first term because he was able to take out ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. I said, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way, didn't we? It's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. They said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine, sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they're calling me up. What a choice. These two guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us he was 40 miles away. And he said, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't moving. And they said, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain, vast, thick, with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving. 40 miles.
This is a vast mountain with trees and shrubberies and rocks. Dude, this guy sounds like a fucking second grader. A vast mountain. This is a Monty Python skit, right, Kelvin?
Miles away.
The mountain had shrubberies.
It's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. Stood up, and they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically. That's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Okay,
for
I'm
this
not
great
even
opportunity.
remotely interested in this fucking press conference. Let's move on to the news. Trump's threat to sorry about that. Trump's threat to blow everything up if Iran won't make a deal hangs over new ceasefire bid. All the heroism and all the lethality and all the bravery, and Iran says nope. This is just truly embarrassing. So U.S., Iran, and mediators make push for 45-day ceasefire, according to some report. And Trump is issuing deadlines, like a new deadline. This news, the news is happening so fast, I kind of can't get a bead on exactly what's happening. But the bottom line is Iran is not, they're not budging. Iran war ceasefire for 45 days being discussed, but Iran so far has said, no, we're not going to do it. Basically, Iran's response was, we already told you. We already gave you our demands. Right here, Iranian officials remain skeptical of temporary truces, lacking permanent guarantees, fearing a Gaza or Lebanon scenario. Mediators warn the next 48 hours are critical to avert large-scale destruction. Should diplomacy fail, the U.S. and Israel have military plans ready, targeting Iranian energy infrastructure, risking broader regional crisis and oil supply disruptions affecting global markets. I'm going to tell you honestly, I think Iran, I don't think Trump is going to do what he says he's going to do. You go in there and you commit the kind of war crimes he's threatening, and you blow up energy, and if you blow up energy infrastructure, you're disrupting oil supply. The pumps and all the equipment needs electricity. I'm interested to see if Trump actually holds the deadline, because so far, it's possible Iran will blink, but it doesn't seem like they're blinking much. And one of the reasons why is this part right here. I found this just kind of rooting around from Reuters. Hormuz closure divides fortunes of Middle Eastern oil states. Says right here that oil price surges have raised revenue for Iran, Oman, and Saudi Arabia. Iraq and Kuwait, lacking bypass routes, suffer plunge in revenues. Apparently, they don't have the pipelines and stuff. Says here, Saudi and UAE pipelines, mitigate impact, though UAE's revenues fall slightly. The Strait of Hormuz's closure and the resulting surge in global oil prices have handed financial windfalls to Iran, Oman, and Saudi Arabia, while other states that lack alternative shipment routes have lost billions of dollars. So even closing the Straits of Hormuz has made some countries more money due to the higher oil prices. Some of this stuff is just Pyrrhic victories for Trump. The funny thing about how these sorts of things work is you can go in and blow up a bunch of shit and still lose the strategic part of the war. Iran being able to close the Straits of Hormuz and, quote, give Donald Trump gifts of, 10 ships, we'll let 10 ships pass as a gift. that is embarrassing. So, having your, you know, expensive warplane shot down um, by the likes of Iran, you can go in and you can talk up the rescue all you want, but why was a rescue necessary? They seem to have skipped over that part, and I expect them to skip over that part, but we're not. The American public is not as stupid as all that. Only the MAGA voters are. You know, if you voted MAGA, you probably don't even understand what the fuck is going on. You're just basically, you know, blowing kisses to your boy Trump, like like Mike 123 says. Trump is the head of your life. But for the other, for us non-Trump voters, we know what's going on here, and we can read between the lines. And things are going great militarily, but you know, bombs won't be falling forever. Who's going to win the peace? And I suspect that Iran is not going to come out, you know, the total loser in this. So there's that. You know, I'm going to play a little bit of this. This is Heather Delaney Reese. And she talks about this tweet that Donald Trump did yesterday. I guess it was early on Easter morning. I have never heard talk about not presidential. The dude used the F word and the bastard word in. I don't know. I was truly stunned, and I didn't think I could be that stunned by some of the Truth Social posts that Donald Trump puts out. That was truly stunning, though. Dude is awesome in his own little way. So we'll listen to a little bit of this.
Shortly after 1 p.m. in the afternoon, Donald J. Trump walked into the East Room to join faith leaders for an Easter lunch celebration. He appeared energized, talkative, and completely unrestrained. As he made his way to the podium, his makeup sitting unevenly across his face, creating a harsh line of orange against pale skin along his collar, he paused on the stage, soaked in the applause, and encouraged the crowd to keep cheering. Once at the mic, he launched into nearly 45 minutes of rambling, self-focused commentary that had very little to do with Easter and everything to do with himself. He drifted between attacks on judges, racist rhetoric about immigrants, and bizarre tangents about seizing foreign oil and mocking allied world leaders, all while religious leaders stood beside him and said nothing. But most telling about the whole event was what happened after, because shortly after the luncheon had ended, the White House made a move not often seen. They deleted the video recording of his entire speech. And we have to imagine that they did this because what he said was such a disaster that even they knew it would be a hard struggle to contain. How do you explain the president saying, "When somebody's nice to me, I love that person. Even if they're bad people, I couldn't care less. I'll fight to the end for them"? And how do you make sure that the United States is safe from both domestic and foreign adversaries when the president says you can be bad as long as you're nice to him? Where does that leave us as a country? When taken in context to everything else he said in that room full of pastors and reverends and bishops during Holy Week, it just keeps looking worse. He did full impressions of allied world leaders, turning him down when he asked for help in the Strait of Hormuz. He mocked British Prime Minister Starmer, telling the room the UK has, and I quote, 2 old broken down aircraft carriers. He mocked French President Macron, calling him France Macron, joking that Macron's wife treats him extremely badly and referencing the right to the jaw. These are the leaders of nations whose soldiers fought and died alongside ours in Afghanistan after September 11th. These are the countries that invoked NATO's Mutual Defense Clause for the first and only time in history, not for themselves, but for us. And this is how we talk about them at an Easter prayer lunch, because they weren't nice to him, because they didn't join him in his unjust and dangerous war. And while he was mocking the allies who wouldn't help him, he told the room exactly why the fight is really happening. He said, "We could just take their oil," he said, talking about Iran. "I'd prefer just to take the oil." The Associated Press flagged it as the lead story of the day. The President of the United States, surrounded by men and women of the cloth, openly admitting he wants to seize another foreign nation's natural resources. He said the only reason he wouldn't is that Americans don't have the patience. Not that it's wrong or that it violates international law, but that it would take too long. Then he moved to Venezuela, bragging that the invasion was won in 45 minutes, and compared it to a fighter getting knocked out in the first 3 seconds. He told the room that the United States now controls 59% of the oil in the world, which is not true. He described the arrangement as like a joint venture. This is what the wars are for. This is what the alliances are being reshaped around: oil and obedience for a power-hungry monster. And then, still in that same room, still surrounded by religious leaders, he turned to the subject of Somali immigrants in Minnesota. He called Somali people low IQ. He said Somalia is the worst country anywhere in the world, where they just shoot each other all day long. He claimed they have 94% unemployment and that they stole $19 billion. He said they come to this country with no money and immediately go out and buy Mercedes-Benz. He called Congresswoman Omar a stone-cold crook and repeated the long-debunked claim that she married her brother. This is how the president spoke during an Easter celebration. And while he was dehumanizing immigrants and confessing to imperial ambitions, he made clear exactly how little he thinks of his fellow Americans. He told his budget director not to send any federal money for daycares because he is spending all his time fighting wars he created. The United States can't take care of daycare, he said. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycares. And then he went further, calling daycare, Medicare, and Medicaid all these little things and all these little scams.
One thing I wanted to point out, I forgot to mention, Kelvin, your point about Somalia, Turkey is sponsoring. Well, Somalia apparently is has decided that, hey, there's oil right off our shore, in the Red Sea. So Turkey is about to drill Somalia's first oil well. So who knows? You know, they may not need to be pirates once they strike oil. You know, they may wind up a part of OPEC. Wouldn't that be ironic?
He said the federal government has one job: military protection. States should raise their own taxes to pay for the rest. Daycare is not a little scam. Daycare is how families are able to work, build stability, and improve their economic futures and the futures of their communities. Daycares are some of the first places children receive education. They're often the first time a child learns structure, socialization, and routine outside of their home. Subsidizing daycare is not a handout. It is an investment in the children who will inherit whatever is left of this country when he's done with it. And Medicare is not a government gift. Medicare is something that Americans pay into their entire working lives. It comes out of every paycheck people sacrifice from their earnings for decades, with the understanding that when they reach retirement, that safety net will be there. They already paid for it. They already funded it. It's their money. And Medicaid is not something people receive on a whim. You have to qualify. It exists for the most vulnerable among us. And he called that a scam too. A large portion of his own supporters are Medicare recipients, people who are in their retirement years, who showed up for him.
Yeah, I'm going to skip ahead here. I'm not, what she's saying is right. You know, basically cutting social programs to have a $1.5 trillion defense budget. That's going to be a fight. I don't think Trump's going to be able to accomplish that request. That might be a little bit too much, but let's see what we got here.
Slow, his eyes were sunken, and the color was drained from his face. He was breathing so hard, I thought there was a chance he might have some sort of medical emergency right at the podium. This was not a president preparing to lead. This was.
Yeah, I'm not going to play all of this, but basically, the upshot is this speech was so awful that they deleted it from the whitehouse.gov website. It's like, you know what? He already wrote that tweet. We're not going to just, compound the horribleness of that tweet where he's praising Allah and using the F-bomb. I could not believe that. That's so funny. So let's move ahead here. This was actually a really interesting article from the New York Times Magazine, and it really points out the duality that's going on inside of Iran right now. The country is divided. And this particular reporter, I forget his name, he's been covering Iran. I guess he lives in Iran. He's been covering Iran for decades, apparently. And he, talks about, he has sources, news sources on both sides of the aisle in Iran. And one of the things that I wanted to point out is there are a lot of supporters of this regime. And this particular quote from a pro conservative or pro Ayatollah, I'll call him that, supporter, a guy named Murdad. This is a quote from this article. He says, "These days are more bitter than poison. Inshallah, God willing, the war will end soon, and the Islamic Republic will be victorious." This is someone who's in Iran. "I'm ideologically connected to the Islamic Republic. I support it and will defend it. I was raised in a religious conservative family, and we have faith in the system. When I was young, I volunteered at the local mosque. In college, I joined the school's local Basij chapter, the volunteer plainclothes force for the Revolutionary Guards. I was interested in politics, so I helped organize speeches and invited revolutionary guest speakers. I went to pro-government rallies. I took photographs and videos of our events for the school. It made me feel proud. This news from Tehran is terrible. The attacks are becoming more intense. I feel physically and emotionally drained and spent most of the day in bed." So the point I'm trying to make here is that the revolutionary, the Islamic Republic of Iran has its share of supporters who don't want the government gone. They approve of what's been happening. So I don't know that you're going to get the kind of groundswell and, having the government toppled from internal revolt. This was like Donald Trump is fucked up, basically. This is something that didn't have to happen. Apparently, they thought that Venezuela, what happened in Venezuela, could possibly happen in Iran. And the thing is I can't imagine the colossal ignorance necessary to think that an Islamic Republic is anything like Venezuela. They're literally two different cultures. Islam is not like Christianity. Venezuela is primarily Catholic, I believe. it's a totally different mindset. And I, for the life of me, do not understand the process or the thinking that led the Trump administration to believe they could just decapitate and have a government that was going to cooperate, like Venezuela did. That's just it's either like as white supremacist as you can possibly be. You know, these brown folks are just going to be in awe of the power of the white man, or it's just out and out ignorance. It's like a cultural ignorance. Who knows? But this is not going well. And why these folks? It's broken now. They've bought it. So anyway, let's move on. Enough of me proselytizing. What's up, Candy Cane? So oil and gas prices likely to stay elevated even if there is a ceasefire in Iran. This is from the Washington Examiner. So this is what conservative folks are saying. Oil and gas prices could see little to no movement in the event of an Iran ceasefire unless the Strait of Hormuz is open and proves stable, experts say, as reports of a Middle East ceasefire swirl. A ceasefire itself would do little or nothing to impact oil prices directly unless it directly and clearly impacts the current de facto shutdown status of the Strait of Hormuz. Patrick DeHaan, head of petroleum analysis at Gas Buddy, told the Washington Examiner. And so far, Iran's like Iran has responded, we told you what we want. So I guess really the next less than 24 hours are going to be telling a lot. The deadline for Trump to rain hell upon the fuckers in Iran is 24 hour. Well, what about 27 and a half hours from now? So we'll see how that goes. And we are going to shift gears away from all this war stuff. By the way, all the links that I'm going through with these articles and videos and stuff are in the show notes. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to the channel, please subscribe to it. Who knows? You might actually like the content of this show. But if you don't, it's okay. You can unsubscribe too. And by the way, I finally got around to setting up this feed to go to Twitch. I've never even used Twitch, but it's just one more place for this boring show to be seen, to be streamed to. So my goal in life is to spread this boring news and my mediocre jokes as far and as wide as my mediocrity will take us. So congratulations are in order, I'm sure. Please, everyone, support the show by supporting the host. My Cash App is in the screen, crawling at the bottom. We'll be opening the Sovereign Gas Fund, the Sovereign Beer Fund, in the next couple days for the weekend show. I actually had a good time last weekend. So the news during the week and the fuckery on the weekend, that seems to be working out fairly well. So we'll just follow that format for a while. I am glad you enjoyed the title. It was actually pretty funny when Shiesty Bum typed it. And for the new folks, it's rare that my show titles have anything to do with the show. I have this thing where, if somebody types a one-liner that makes me laugh, oftentimes I'll just use it as a show title because the one-liners or well, basically, I can't come up with show titles. Using the one-liners as show titles, sometimes it's kind of like clickbait, um, and it saves me from having to be creative, basically. So, let's see, what do we have next? So, Supreme Court sets up dismissal of Steve Bannon's contempt conviction. This is probably the only like win the Supreme Court is going to be handing Trump uh, so far this year. And all this actually really does is just send the decision back to a lower court. They're not reversing any conviction. Let's see, the Supreme Court tossed an appeals court ruling that upheld the conviction of Trump ally Steve Bannon on Monday, paving the way for the contempt case against him to be dismissed. But the dismissal is not a foregone conclusion. They're just sending it back. Bannon was convicted in federal court in 2022 for defying a subpoena issued by the now defunct House January 6th committee, and he ultimately served a 4-month prison sentence in 2024 after losing an appeal. The High Court announced in an orders list released Monday morning that it had decided to send the case back down to a lower federal court for a likely dismissal, as the Justice Department requested earlier this year. Essentially, the Justice Department isn't going to pursue it because it's a Trump Justice Department. So they will ask the lower court to dismiss it, and the lower court will probably dismiss it, but it's still not a foregone conclusion. So give a little victory to Steve Bannon and the Trump administration. This is another story that was interesting. So this guy, the title of this from the Los Angeles Times is he was willing to testify against the cartel, but ICE got to him first. It made me laugh when I read it. So apparently Javier Hernandez agreed to testify against 2 men arrested alongside him when DEA agents seized nearly 22 pounds of meth in 2015. Hernandez said he received graphic death threats against his family members, but was still willing to cooperate with authorities. 6 months before he could take the stand, he was detained by ICE and deported. Prosecutors lost the case against his co-defendants soon after. So basically, ICE deportation ruined an actual drug case. So I don't know. I don't even know what to say about this other than, don't these people have common sense? You can deport him after he testifies, but that would probably never occur to these ICE people. All right, let's see. Now we are going to talk briefly about me and Dirty Dude's favorite Trump cabinet member, the Stephen Miller. He is still pursuing his immigration agenda, but more quietly. So I want to listen to a little bit of this. And I think we probably know why he's being a lot less ostentatious about his cruelty.
Stephen Miller is still pursuing his immigration agenda, but more quietly. This article is by Zolan Cano-Youngs, Hamdalizes, Christopher Flavel, Emily Cochran, and Glenn Thrush, and read by an automated voice. It was May 2025, a few months into the second Trump administration, and Stephen Miller, the right-wing populist powering the White House crackdown on immigration, was clearly frustrated. President Trump had talked about arresting the worst of undocumented immigrants, the rapists, killers, and other criminals he had emphasized during the previous year's campaign. Mr. Miller, however, had long pushed for removing anyone who had entered the country illegally. So when Mr. Miller arrived one day last spring at the headquarters of Immigration and Customs Enforcement for an update from agency leaders, an official raised a question on many agents' minds: who exactly should they be going after? Mr. Miller was unequivocal, according to 3 people with knowledge of the meeting. Agents should not limit themselves to dangerous criminals. Instead, they should stop people with the lowest level of reasonable suspicion and detain anyone in the country illegally with warrantless arrests. His message was clear: push the limits. 8 months later, Mr. Miller did something startling. He backpedaled. His demands had helped set in motion militarized operations on the streets of Democratic-run cities, intensified by immigration agents killing 2 U.S. citizens protesting in Minneapolis. After initially denouncing one of the slain protesters, an intensive care nurse, as a would-be assassin, Mr. Miller offered a rare concession that immigration authorities might have made a mistake. Now, Mr. Miller, 40, one of the most influential presidential advisors in recent memory, and an unabashed champion of Mr. Trump's hardline immigrant crackdown, is at a crossroads. He faces questions about how aggressively he can continue to drive the deportation campaign, and how much appetite his party and the country have for tactics that proved successful in helping to boost arrests of immigrants but reignited a polarizing debate over what it means to be American. The administration has toned down its immigration strategy. Federal agents have drawn down from the streets of major cities, and Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary who had become the face of the policy, is out. Mr. Miller even pulled back his public appearances for a time. But there is little sense inside the administration that Mr. Miller has lost his standing with Mr. Trump. Far from acknowledging defeat, Mr. Miller appears to have simply adjusted his strategy in an effort to minimize political fallout. He has remained steadfast in his view that the administration should act to reverse an openness to migration that he has called the single largest experiment on a society, on a civilization, that has ever been conducted in human history. This account of Mr. Miller's role in the White House and his influence over one of the more far-reaching deportation crackdowns in recent decades is based on interviews with more than 24 current and former administration officials, local representatives, and people who work with Mr. Miller or have knowledge of internal administration deliberations. Mr. Miller, who holds the dual titles of Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor, continues to preside over regular calls with national security and immigration officials. He is pushing for new ways to squeeze the lives of undocumented immigrants and those with legal protections, such as making it harder to get public housing or other benefits, officials said. He has targeted those with refugee status, particularly Somalis, a group he has long derided. He is also putting the finishing touches on a rule to block green cards for immigrants who might need public assistance, according to White House officials. The policy faced legal pushback during Mr. Trump's first term and was lifted under President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. Mr. Miller is focused on crafting the rule to survive in court. He has pushed Republicans in Congress to resist ICE reforms backed by Democrats, while his team in the White House has helped carry out Mr. Trump's directive to deploy ICE agents to airports. And Mr. Miller is focused on ramping up deportations of non-citizens to faraway countries, with the hopes of encouraging immigrants still in the United States to leave voluntarily. In addition to his efforts on the federal level, Mr. Miller has worked.
Let me make one point here. This legislation or policy that he's working on to limit or to exclude immigrants who need public relief, it is written into law. I think it's the Homestead Act or something like that of 1979, maybe. It's a Carter era law. It requires the government to provide shelter, medical care, whatever is needed to sustain anyone who comes in and asks for asylum. it is the law that you have to provide the shelter and the medical and I guess food too. So I don't understand what law he could possibly write, at least as far as people, for asylum seekers. Uh, y- People have been calling for immigration reform for decades. So this is just a waste of time, in my opinion. And a lot of times when people are applying, for, I don't know, visas and stuff like that, um, you have to basically provide the information on how you're going to sustain yourself if you come here um, for anything other than asylum. Um, and you may have to actually provide that information. I don't know the nuts and bolts of the asylum process, but I do know that if someone declares or requests asylum, you can't deny them public assistance.
Worked with politicians in various Republican states to pass anti-immigrant laws. He raised with Texas lawmakers last month the idea of ending public education funding for undocumented children. White House officials in recent weeks have said that Mr. Miller grew frustrated with Ms. Nome and the attention-grabbing approach to immigration operations endorsed by her and some of her top lieutenants. But there is little to no evidence that Mr. Miller pushed back against the aggressive tactics of agents that prompted bipartisan criticism. In response to questions sent by the Times for Mr. Miller, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said that he remained part of the president's inner circle. Stephen is a trusted and deeply loyal advisor to President Trump and has been critical to the realization of the president's historic first year in office, Ms. Leavitt said in a statement. Stephen has demonstrated great effectiveness and exceptional capability in every one of the president's policy initiatives. Mr. Miller has blamed many of the country's problems on a landmark 1965 law that paved the way for more Hispanic and Asian immigrants, a shift from primarily allowing in Europeans. Despite decades of data showing that immigrants outperform native-born Americans on major indicators, including crime rates and use of welfare, Mr. Miller contends that those who entered after the 1965 law, as well as their descendants, have largely been unsuccessful. If you bring those societies into our country and then give them unlimited free welfare, what do we think's going to happen? He told Fox News in December. We need a moratorium on immigration from third world countries until we can heal ourselves as a nation. Mr. Miller's meeting last May at ICE headquarters demonstrated how he has flexed his power, combining stern lectures to immigration enforcement officials with often brash public statements that amplify his directives. In addition to telling ICE leaders behind closed doors to push the limits, Mr. Miller said on Fox News the same month that we are looking to set a goal of a minimum of 3,000 arrests for ICE every day. The number was wildly ambitious. In the final year of the Biden administration, ICE had arrested about 300 people per day, according to federal data. After Mr. Trump had returned to the White House, arrests had roughly doubled to about 600 per day. To meet Mr. Miller's new target, arrests would need to grow fivefold.
I'm going to stop that here. We know what has happened. The point is that Stephen Miller has not gone away and retains the trust of the president. So it's kind of like he's going to be a silent killer now. So we will see what comes of that. And talking about the past catching up with this administration, the people that Trump pardoned are on a crime spree. Yeah, there are a lot of these people who were convicted of, various crimes during the January 6th, what will we call it? The insurrection party. A lot of them have gone on to commit other criminal acts. So I want to hear a little bit of this. This is the the New York Times editorial board. Let's see what they've got to say. We're not going to listen to the whole thing.
The people Trump pardoned are on a crime spree. This article is by the editorial board and read by an automated voice. The Constitution grants sweeping pardon powers to the president, which means that public opinion has historically been the only check on that power. The risk of a backlash is the reason that presidents have waited until their last days in office to issue many pardons and commutations, especially dubious ones to family members, like Hunter Biden, or political allies, like Caspar W. Weinberger, whom George H.W. Bush pardoned. The potential for a backlash also made presidents cautious about the number of pardons they issued. They understood that there could be an outcry if somebody who received a pardon later committed a new crime. The pardon system has also relied on the decency of American presidents. President Trump has abandoned this approach. His self-serving pardons are so numerous that public attention cannot keep up with them. It is a version of the strategy that his former advisor Steve Bannon has described as flood the zone. Do so much so fast that people cannot follow the consequences. He has created a veritable pardon industry, in which people with White House connections accept payments from wealthy convicts. Among those on whom he has bestowed freedom are dozens of people convicted of fraud. He has also pardoned Juan Orlando Hernandez, a former president of Honduras, who helped traffic hundreds of tons of cocaine into the United States, and Ross Ulbricht, who was serving a life sentence for running Silk Road, a sprawling criminal enterprise that sold drugs. There seems to be no crime too ugly for a Trump pardon. Worst of all, Mr. Trump granted clemency on the first day of his second term to everyone who stormed the Capitol on January 6, 2021. He did not distinguish between rioters who were relatively peaceful and those who attacked police officers, as Vice President J.D. Vance said should be the case. About 1,500 January 6 rioters received a clean slate regardless of their actions. The results have been disastrous. At least 12 of the pardoned rioters have since been charged with other serious crimes, including child molestation, assault, harassment, murder plots, and charges related to a vicious dog attack. The outcome was predictable. Critics, including this board, had warned that Mr. Trump's pardons would embolden the rioters by signaling that crime has no consequences. One does not have to be a criminologist to predict that people who commit a violent act and are absolved of any punishment might become repeat offenders. The American public deserves to understand the mayhem that the January 6th pardons have unleashed. Among the 12 serious recidivists whom we are aware of, 4 were in jail or prison at the time of the pardon, and they quickly went on to commit more crimes. On March 5th, a court in Florida sentenced Andrew Paul Johnson to life in prison for molesting a 12-year-old boy and a girl of the same age. To keep the children quiet, Mr. Johnson is said to have promised to bequeath to them part of a January 6 restitution payment from the federal government that he claimed he would receive. He used the online gaming platforms Discord and Roblox to reach out to the children after Mr. Trump freed him from prison. On January 6, Mr. Johnson entered the Capitol through a broken window and accosted police officers. In the past 2 months, Jake Lang destroyed an ice sculpture outside the Minnesota State Capitol, leading to a felony vandalism charge, and helped organize an anti-Muslim rally in New York City that turned violent. On January 6, he was caught on camera storming the Capitol with a baseball bat and a riot shield, which prosecutors said he used to attack police officers. In May, Zachary Lamb was arrested for breaking into a house in Virginia and stealing a tablet computer and a diamond necklace. On January 6, he was among the first to enter the Capitol building from its west lawn and hurled items at police officers from a balcony. At his sentencing hearing, he was unrepentant. Sometimes you have to break the rules to do what's right. He had previous convictions for auto theft and driving under the influence.
Yeah, well, I also talked last week about the guy who stole Nancy Pelosi's podium. Well, he's decided to take a different route to criminality. He's running for public office. So, the fates of these January 6th perpetrators are different, many, and varied. So, it is what it is. These MAGA voters have broken America, and they're buying it. That is for sure. All right. So President Trump endorses Steve Hilton in the California governor's race. And from what I can discern, there's a good chance that, well, the Republicans have an opportunity to actually win a governorship in California. And it's been a while since they've done so. And it took Arnold Schwarzenegger to do it. I don't know that they have anybody quite as popular as Mr. Schwarzenegger. But let's hear about this guy. Steve Hilton is his name, and Trump has endorsed him.
President Trump endorses Steve Hilton in the California governor's race by Seema Mehta. This article is read by an automated voice. President Trump endorsed conservative commentator Steve Hilton for California governor late Sunday night. The endorsement could have a major impact on a race that remains up for grabs, with recent opinion polls showing Hilton and his top Republican rival, Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco, as top contenders in the 2026 contest. He is a truly fine man, one who has watched as this once great state has gone to hell, Trump posted on Truth Social, adding that he has known Hilton for many years. Trump in his endorsement praised Hilton while attacking the record of California Governor Gavin Newsom, using a derogatory name for the governor. Newsom is serving the last year of his final term as governor as he weighs running for president in 2028. Gavin Newsom and the Democrats have done an absolutely horrendous job. People are fleeing, crime is increasing, and taxes are the highest of any state in the country, maybe the world. Steve can turn it around before it is too late, and, as president, I will help him to do so. With federal help, Trump said. Hilton's campaign called the president's endorsement powerful. Thank you, Mr. President. His campaign posted on the social media platform X. This is the moment California has been waiting for. Hilton was the host of a Fox News show called The Next Revolution, and served as senior advisor and confidant of British Prime Minister David Cameron. He also co-founded
I know who
ProudPAC,
this
a
guy
nonpartisan political fundraising website based in the Silicon Valley. Despite California's solidly Democratic electorate, a recent poll by UC Berkeley's Institute of Governmental Studies and co-sponsored by The Times, found Hilton and Bianco leading the crowded field of candidates just months before the June 2nd primary, leading to the possibility of Democrats being shut out of a November election that will determine California's next governor. The crowded field of Democrats in the race has splintered their party's voters, providing an opening for the Republicans, the poll showed. Under the state's top two primary system, the top two candidates advance to the general election, regardless of their party affiliation. If Trump's endorsement leads to California Republican voters coalescing behind Hilton, severely damaging Bianco's campaign, that likely would reduce the odds of two GOP candidates finishing in first and second place in the primary. In California's 2018 governor's race, Trump's endorsement of Republican businessman John Cox helped cement him as the GOP frontrunner and led to his second-place finish in the primary election. That propelled Cox to the general election, where he was trounced by Newsom. Trump's endorsement came the day after Hilton and Bianco squared off in a testy debate in Rancho Mirage that was moderated by Richard Grenell, Trump's former ambassador to Germany, and days before the state GOP meets in San Diego to consider an endorsement in the race. On Saturday, Bianco said he suspected that Trump would weigh in on the race and that his team had been in talks with the president's advisors. Of course, I would want him to support me. He's the president of the United States, Bianco said in an interview. Hilton on Saturday questioned whether the president would weigh in. I've said that I'd be honored to have the president's endorsement. I think that the California governor's race is pretty low on his agenda right now, he said in an interview. I haven't asked for that, and I'm not expecting him to weigh in. John Fleischman, the former executive director of the California Republican Party, wrote on Substack late Sunday that he believes Trump's endorsement will significantly boost Hilton's support among GOP voters. This timing is not accidental, he wrote, noting that it was previously unclear whether either candidate could receive the 60% of delegate votes to secure the party nod at its upcoming convention. Well, obviously this endorsement from the president for Hilton will supercharge his momentum going into the weekend convention. Thanks for listening to this story, brought to you by the Los Angeles Times.
All right. Give me one sec here. Let's see. So we have a couple science articles here. Uh, I guess I'll just say they're brought to you by EAE, who I haven't seen him anywhere. It's been a couple weeks since I've seen him. He hasn't been here in quite some time. Uh, and haven't really seen him out and about in other people's chats either. But hopefully he's doing okay. And he probably a year ago said, "Well, Stanley, you really need to do some science articles every now and again." And I have heeded his recommendation, at least occasionally. So this is interesting. It's from the Washington Post. It says we may have less control over how long we live than previously thought. And for someone of my advanced age, I'm paying attention to this article. Let's see what it has to say.
Deloitte brings together
And
multidisciplinary
of course, there's
teams
going
that
to be
specialize in AI.
commercials.
Was about 20% in our genes. That makes you think, what's the rest of the 80%? Is it the lifestyle? Why should we study genes for lifespan if it's not that important? It kind of bothered me, said Alon, a physicist turned systems biologist at the Weizmann Institute of Science in Israel. Alon uses mathematical models to understand complicated biological problems, and he and his colleagues built one to re-examine the factors that define the contours of human lifespan in a science study published earlier this year. The original studies that were used to estimate how much of lifespan was inherited were studies of Scandinavian twins from the tail end of the 19th century. During that era, extrinsic mortality, deaths that aren't related to the deterioration of aging, such as accidents, violence, or deaths from infections that are now uncommon because of better nutrition, therapies, and hygiene, was high. His team examined a database of Swedish twins born later, between 1900 and 1935, and found that these extrinsic deaths were masking the inherited component of lifespan. When they applied their model designed to remove extrinsic deaths to databases of Scandinavian twins and the siblings of people who lived to at least 100, the heritability of lifespan markedly increased to about half. It isn't that the old studies were wrong. They were focused on longevity in a different era, a generation born between 1870 and 1900. At that time, people died of pneumonia and tuberculosis, and not a lot of people made it to their 40s, Alon said. In that situation, who cares how long your parents lived? Genes don't have a chance. Nir Barzilai, director of the Institute for Aging Research at Albert Einstein College of Medicine, who was not involved in the study, pointed to his own family history. His grandfather had a heart attack and died at the age of 68. His father had a heart attack at the same age, but had a triple bypass surgery and lived to 84. Do the father and the son live the same amount of years? No, because if you look at fathers and sons, what happens in between is progress in medicine, Barzilai said. If half of lifespan is inherited, what does that mean? In hindsight, it is perhaps obvious that genes play a major role in determining lifespan. As humans, we live very different lives than other organisms. And the difference between you and me, a mouse or a bowhead whale, or a bristlecone pine that lives 5,000 years, or the yeast in dough that lives 13 days, the real difference is the genes, said Morten Scheibje-Knudsen, an associate professor focused on aging research at the University of Copenhagen, who was not involved in the study. But because previous studies had suggested human lifespan was only 10% to 30% heritable, that in some way gave us some liberty in imagining we could live to become very old, and we had control and were masters of our own aging. Scheibje-Knudsen added, the new study resets the discussion, showing that both genetics and environment are important. Thomas Perls, a longevity researcher at Boston University and the founding director of the New England Centenarian Study, agrees that genetics plays a major role in lifespan, but that it depends on what age you are talking about. At the very extremes of old age, people who live to 105 or even 110, genetics plays a major role in lifespan. But Perls points to a 2018 study in the journal Circulation, suggesting that even without winning the genetic lottery, an average person can probably get to about 88 years old as a man and 93 years old as a woman. That depends on embracing good health-related behaviors. He notes that socioeconomic advantages contribute too. Access to healthcare, education, healthy food. I think that the average human being and the average genetic makeup provide resilience and resistance to aging better than people have thought in the past, Pearl said. Elon thinks of it as a genetic set point. How old our parents and grandparents were when they died has some effect on the probability of how long we live. Healthy habits can add years, but the upside is less pronounced than bad habits, which can shear decades off a lifespan. How should we live? Don't give up. For scientists searching for longevity-related genes, the new evidence underscores the urgency to look for the biological mechanisms behind very long lifespan. A deeper understanding of the hundreds of tiny variations in genes that influence lifespan could provide targets for drugs that could influence aging. But Elon still eats salad and swims. While several longevity scientists gave different numbers for how many years healthy living could add to an individual's life trajectory from 5 to 20, they all agreed there was some play in the system. What's clearer is that unhealthy behaviors can sharply decrease it. What is your starting point? You actually don't know that. We have no way of measuring that, Scheibik Knudsen said. So unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, that means you should not smoke, you should drink moderately, and eat your vegetables.
Better decisions start long before you make them. That's why
Wow.
Deloitte.
Man, Washington Post has just gotten horrible with these fucking commercials. They do them at the start of an article and at the end of the article. I've been thinking about just ditching my subscription. I've had a Washington Post subscription for probably 20 years, but I hate commercials. And none of the other newspapers do it. So I'm thinking seriously. All right. So unfortunately, there is another Washington Post article here. The surprising links between autism and Alzheimer's could change how we treat both. And unfortunately, I did not pre-read this, so I don't know how the two are correlated. Let's see. Other than they're both like brain things. Autism as a condition leads to lifestyle changes which might predispose neurodegeneration. That's interesting. Health habits and environment alone do not seem to explain the pattern. Increasingly, researchers are finding that the overlap runs deeper into the biology itself. So that's interesting. So apparently, autism and Alzheimer's correlate. That's kind of scary. All right. So this, I'll remind everybody, all these links are in the show notes. If anybody wants to get more into detail about some of the articles that I don't read. So be aware, autism and Alzheimer's, some sort of correlation there. So this is apparently today, it becomes official. The Artemis crew has set a new distance record for space travel. They looped around the far side of the moon. And I think all they're doing is the loop. All they're doing is the circuit. They're not going to actually insert into orbit. So I'm going to play a little bit of this. It's still live, but I went back a little ways just to get an idea of some of the details of the record setting. So this is video of people just kind of doing stuff. I don't know if there's any audio in any of this. These are astronauts doing astronaut stuff. They're doing a group hug. Oh, that's scary. Kinky in space. Huh. Well, apparently my father-in-law has figured out how to send a text. Wow. That's a surprise. Let's see. Carb up for a run. My grandparents currently in their 90s, never ran, went to gym. Plus, my grandpa smoked a pipe for several years. There's got to be more to it.
Yeah, we are very excited. I can only imagine
Yeah,
how you guys are doing over there. So tell me
apparently
a little bit
genetics
about
plays a
yourself
part.
and what your role is for Artemis 2.
Sure. So I'm the Artemis Lunar Science Lead, so over the entire campaign, and my job is basically to make sure that as we have this big adventure back to the moon, we actually learn new things about the moon.
Fascinating. So why is the moon such an important destination today?
Yeah, so the moon is a pretty amazing place. It is a great place to learn about basic fundamental processes that happen on like all the planets, like cratering and volcanology, and also it is part of our Earth-Moon system, and the Earth recycles its rocks pretty well, right, through plate tectonics and weathering and whatever. Most of the rocks on the Earth are geologically young, but on the moon we have the entire record that goes back 4.5 billion years since we formed, and so if we really want to learn about what was happening in that period, like the moon is really the only place we can go.
We're also thinking about going back to the moon, and we want to go to the lunar South Pole. So what makes that such an interesting destination?
Yeah, the South Pole is cool, right? It's far away from the places we went during Apollo. It's different kinds of rocks there, some of the oldest rocks on the moon. It's also a place where we think there might be resources like water. There are craters that really never can see the sun because of the low sun angles there, and they get very cold. And we think that water and other things can build up in those craters, and so we're very interested to see what that might do for us.
I'm very interested as well. So for some of our viewers who might be new to this, what does lunar science look like during an Artemis mission?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting for us as we have sort of built this from scratch to try to understand how we can best use the crew to support our science. And so, we've developed a system. We've got a team in place. We've got a back room here in this building called the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room. And there's a back room to that back room over in another building here at Johnson Space Center where we've got our teams of scientists working really hard. They're actually speaking to this room through our science officer. This is now the first time we've ever had a science officer in flight control room. So we're pretty excited about that. So we have a really voice out and up to the crew.
I know it's been so exciting to hear Dr. Kelsey Young speaking directly with the crew today, now so close to the moon. And we have a live view here of the science operation or the science evaluation room. So this is where the majority of your team is today. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. This is a big chunk of our scientists. You can see them in there now working hard, trying to get ready for the day. And then again, there's a second room where we have a lot of our data folks where the data will first come down and they'll sort of sift through the data and get it ready for this team to take.
What's the mood like right now in the SIR?
It is, I would say, giddy. I think we've worked very hard for this. They have done simulation after simulation. They have worked really hard over the last couple of years to get ready for this moment, and I think everybody's just really excited to see. Even already we've had some descriptions from the crew coming down, and it's so great to see their joy and our joy, our love for the moon come through.
Yes, we are in for a real treat today if it's been anything like their observations the past couple of days. So, how are the lunar science teams using this test flight to prepare for future missions to the moon?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the way that we are building our foundation for the future. From everything from, how do you train a crew to be a geologist, right? And so, working through that, getting them classroom training, field training, building the science team, building these physical rooms that we are in, designing them, designing the software that the teams are using, and then, figuring out what happens to that data. They're going to take this data and it's going to come down, and how do we get it out to not only our team, but out to the world and the rest of the science community?
Yeah, that's a great point because when you hear these crew members talk, you would never know that they're not geologists. Your team has trained them so well.
They have been very good students.
Who can blame them? It's a pretty great topic. One more question for you. How does the science that we're doing on Artemis help support long-term exploration and including our sustained presence on the moon?
Yeah, you know what? We have a saying in the Science Mission Directorate that science enables exploration and exploration enables science, right? So you needs the scientists because we are the ones who are the experts in, landing site and doing analysis of landing site and making sure we can find a good place to land, to like understanding the properties of the soil so we can, design our systems to manage that, understanding the radiation environment, keeping our astronauts safe, all of these things, right? But, in return, you provide us with opportunities where now we're going to be able to collect this data and collect samples and deploy our instruments and all of that. So it's a symbiotic relationship.
That makes perfect sense. Well, Dr. Sarah Noble, Artemis Lunar Science Lead, thank you so much for joining us here today. Best of luck to you and your team, and I hope that you get to enjoy today too.
Thank you so much.
We are now.
Well, she is indeed nerdy looking. So I am glad that she seems happy. And I'm going to scan through some of this because a lot of this is just live feeds with people just doing stuff. It doesn't look like there have been a whole lot of interviews in it. So this might be the actual lunar flyby. Let's see.
It's in darkness as of now, but thanks for that OM description, and it sounds like the pair at the windows got great descriptions that we're definitely going to dive into tonight.
Okay, if you could help me, I would still love to know what it is. There's a very nice crater. You're going to likely have a lot of pictures of it. What would be right in the terminator at the South Pole or close to the South Pole? Where it's intersecting the terminator right now.
Yeah, Victor, we're assuming you're talking about, kind of if you're looking at the terminator, it's basically like 70% down from the North Pole. Is that where you're looking?
Contact, yes, that is where I'm looking.
Integrity Houston, that is an enabled caution for wastewater dump required. We have hit our limit. As expected, no crew action.
Copy, no crew action.
You are. And integrity science, we're trying to figure out what you're looking at there. Is it like right on the terminator, or is it in the eliminated portion next to the terminator?
Well, it does look like there's a lot of nerd stuff. Did put this is a NASA YouTube page. I think it is. Let me make sure that. Yeah, this is a NASA YouTube page. So the link is in the show notes if anybody wants to nerd out with these folks. I am going to move on. I wanted to point out, I just ran across this an hour or so ago. Apparently PBS is going to do a 3-part documentary on Black communities near Walden Pond. And apparently Henry David Thoreau talked about a little bit about these communities. So, if anybody's into history or anything like that, I figured I would let folks know about it. It's the PBS YouTube site. So I am definitely going to watch this. Probably not live, but figured I'd let everybody know. If you're into history, looks interesting. So what I am going to do is pick up or actually revisit a video that I did not get much into last night. It was Coleman Hughes and Brianna Joy Gray talking about American exceptionalism, truth or myth. And just to do a quick recap, both these folks are young Black, I believe they're both millennials. So it's always interesting to hear what up and coming, kind of, I guess you could call them public intellectuals, what the younger Black public intellectuals, one on the right, one on the progressive left, one for some reason or another can't seem to figure out that he is a MAGA Black. He is not as quote heterodox as he thinks he is. In my opinion, if you worship or even think that Thomas Sowell is some sort of great intellectual, then you're a MAGA Black, whether you vote for Trump or not. So harsh, but it's how I feel about the matter. And I'm going to drop the link in case anybody does want to come up. Haven't had many takers, but that's okay. It is Monday, and that is perfectly fine because it's going to be a short show. I did both Saturday and Sunday, and I toyed with not even doing a show today. Every now and again, you got to take a break from this stuff, because there's a lot of fuckery that goes on in these YouTube streets. And there are a couple people that I'm just basically annoyed with. And I could use a break. So let me post the StreamYard link. And if anyone wants to come up, you're welcome to come up. Here it is in all its glory. All right, so let's go ahead and have a look at these folks. Or have a listen.
About how Brianna's international childhood influenced her worldview. We talk about American exceptionalism and patriotism and whether they're justified. We talk about how identity politics crowds out the issues of poverty and class. We talk about the effects of crime in poor neighborhoods. We discuss the cancellation of Whoopi Goldberg. We argue about the extent to which culture is a cause of racial and ethnic disparities. We talk about our cultural obsession with four-year colleges and the prospect of instead supporting vocational schools much more than we currently do. And finally, we discuss minimum wage laws and socialism generally. I really enjoyed this one, and I hope you do too. So I assume some of my...
Just a quick note about this bullshit notion that Americans are obsessed with four-year colleges. I think as anti-intellectual as American culture tends to be, I would dispute a quote obsession with higher education, especially in this MAGAverse that Trump has created.
Audience will definitely be aware of you from the Bad Faith podcast, where you've been, interviewing the likes of Noam Chomsky and holding people's feet to the fire, having very interesting conversations. You had Glenn Lowry on maybe 9 months ago, who I know I have a lot of overlap with his audience. My vantage point on you initially was I encountered you maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And I think at that point you were writing for the Rolling Stone magazine.
I was freelancing.
You were freelancing.
So my whole, I don't know, media career, if you want to call it that, didn't begin until maybe summer of 2017, at which point I started writing, freelancing, and wrote some for Rolling Stone around that time.
Yeah, I remember you had a piece, criticizing identity politics from the point of view of taking the focus off of class issues that I thought was interesting and compelling angle. And then later, I don't know how much later, we were both on our mutual friend Zed Jelani's podcast, where he was hosting mini debates between people. And I remember we clashed over some topics relating to crime and other things I don't fully remember.
Yeah.
And then you became the national press secretary for none other than Bernie Sanders. And since then you've had the Bad Faith podcast, and I've seen some of your clips there. So that's basically been my vantage point on you these past couple of years. But I actually know very little about your background and how you came to be the person you are, care about the issues you do. So if you can, just for a little bit, give me some details of your biography. How did you become who you are?
How did I become who I am? Well, I don't know. That's a big question. I was born in Washington, D.C. My parents went to Howard, went to school here.
My dad went to Howard, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How old about is your dad?
So my dad was born in 1964. He would have been in Howard in the mid 80s.
Okay, they're a little younger than my parents. My father was born in 1958. But we didn't live here long, and neither of my parents were from here. We moved to North Carolina when I was 2. My mom was doing her PhD program there in psychology, and my father was a research chemist. They very quickly realized that the rat race was not going to be one that they could win. My mom looked around in her department and saw the salaries that people were earning as academics and realized that it wasn't going to be sustainable for her. My brother was getting kind of marginalized in the public school system we were in, and they couldn't afford a private school or any kind of alternatives. So my mom, being a rather resourceful woman, went to an international school job fair in Miami, and realized that she could get a job working as a teacher in the international school circuit. My father became certified as a science teacher. She was a school psychologist. And so we moved abroad for 8 years, Saudi Arabia first for 2 years, and Kenya for 6.
Wow.
We're coming back to the States in 2001 to New York, where I graduated from high school and the international school there, and off to college and law school. I went to law school largely because I, like a lot of people who graduate from college, wasn't entirely sure what they wanted to do, but was told, oh, you're good at talking and writing, so that'll be good. But the promise of litigation that you're sold on shows like Suits has no bearing on reality. You're nowhere near a courtroom. There's no kind of rhetorical skills that get exploited or used in any useful way. And of course, I also graduated in the middle of the recession, right at the beginning of the recession in 2007. And the legal market was very much not what it used to be by the time I graduated from law school. So, I felt listless, like many kind of elder millennials like myself who got stuck between economic crises, as it were. And when Bernie came along, he activated, I think, a lot of the ideals that I was raised with. My mother came from a rather kind of unorthodox, somewhat progressive household. My grandfather was in the Nation of Islam, and she jokes that when she went to Howard, she had already read all of the books on her reading list because her father had made her read all of those things as a middle school student. And she was always rather vocal, although not dogmatic, about expressing her frustrations with the limitations of the Democratic Party and the corporatized nature of our two-party system. And so I think when someone like Bernie Sanders came along, my mother was a longtime fan. I wasn't really politically involved or aware, to be truthful. But for me, like for many people, he activated a sense that, oh, things could be better. And here's a blueprint for all of the ways in which our system could be working more efficiently if it weren't so captured by corporate entities. And if we actually had candidates that weren't taking all of this money from the very interest groups that are misaligned with the interests of the people that they're supposed to be advocating for. So it was a natural fit. And I became very frustrated in the context of 2016 about the absence of coverage of Bernie, generally speaking, but also this line that said Black people in particular weren't interested in Bernie. Black people and women weren't interested in Bernie. And that's when I started my own podcast, Someone's Wrong on the Internet, and then started writing, in fact, to bring attention to that podcast. And it was the journalism career that took off. And as you pointed out, one of my first early viral articles was about identity politics being weaponized by liberals in order to cover for the extent to which they're not actually delivering for the working people that they say they're delivering from. They transform that group, which is largely diverse, right, into they erase the kind of class dynamics of that group, cast them entirely in kind of diversity terms, appeal to and support kind of superficial diversity measures that ignore the ways that their marginalized ethnic, religious, or gender status manifest in material terms, and therefore is able to do this sidestep where they can pretend to be serving the interests of those groups while actually delivering nothing in a way that would hurt their own personal bottom line. So then we were off to the races.
Yeah, so that line has always been really compelling to me. But before we go down that rabbit hole, I just want to ask, I didn't realize that you had spent a good portion of your childhood in Saudi Arabia and Kenya. And I'm curious if, what about that, if anything, do you think informed the ideas that would compel you when you were an adult, when you became an adult?
People ask me that, and there's a part of me that thinks, well, I was in the third and fourth grade in Saudi Arabia, and, 5th through 10 in Kenya, and I sometimes used to think, oh, people expect me to have an answer that is not realistic given my youth in kind of, just being a kid. But as I've gotten older, I do think that there's a way that having those experiences makes the world seem smaller, makes other people's problems seem less attenuated from your own, makes you feel more like you're a part of a global community and less susceptible to the idea of American exceptionalism. And those are values that I think many people on the left hold. But I also think that I was more receptive to some left arguments because I was more receptive to the idea that other people elsewhere in the world do things differently. And every single time something is different from America doesn't mean America is doing it better. You know what I mean? And really seeing the world more as a test kitchen outside of a kind of blinkered American view of its own superiority in every single respect. And I've also, what's funny is that, unlike I think perhaps some other leftists, I spent most of my childhood kind of defending America. We have this, when you go to an international school, everybody's from everywhere. Everyone's joking about everybody else's country. There's this kind of like, I don't know, a kind of gamesmanship about it all. And, not in a jingoistic way, but in a kind of, you like where you're from. And there's a certain comfort in having cultural familiarity and being able to sit both with the idea that there's positive things about America and there are things that should be improved, and we should be aiming for a more perfect union without necessarily falling into this trap of saying that, there's no room for any sense of patriotic solidarity on the left, and that we could be redefining patriotism to really be talking about the things we should be proud of in this country and not just, military intervention or kind of a superficial kind of jingoism that leads us into some of the country's worst impulses and our leadership's worst impulses, instead of the things that I really do think should be examples for people more broadly.
Yeah. So it's interesting. I I think people sometimes assume that I'm a really worldly, really well-traveled, cosmopolitan person. And in some ways I am, but in another way, I've always lived in the same 20-mile radius my entire life, which is, northern New Jersey and New York.
Mm.
I think the element of my upbringing that it's funny how sometimes the arguments you make, you're implicitly arguing against something that you hold to be sort of out there and pernicious and wrong. And the points you emphasize are often a function of what you're reacting against. So, one thing is my mother was a Marxist. So when I was, 5 years old, I knew the name Karl Marx, Emile Durkheim even. Like, she had no sense of not talking about her Marxism PhD to her 5-year-old. So I knew all of those names and the basic concepts. And, I think as I got older and met more people from around the world and traveled a little bit, my basic understanding was that people all around the world, including Black and brown people, want to come to America more often than almost anywhere else. Which is to say, like, if you polled the world's migrants that want to leave their birth country about where they want to go, the answer you get more than any other is usually America.
No, Colin, I'm not true. I'm not sure that's true. I'm not sure that gels with my experiences either. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, interestingly, I found, I was never compelled as a kid by this like rah American patriotism kind of thing. I always saw that as pure tribalism. But as I've grown older, I think I've grown into, there must be something. It's a comparative point, right? It's like to compare America to a utopia, you're going to find it lacking in a billion different ways. And even in specific ways, like our disastrous healthcare system, you're going to find it lacking relative to a lot of our peer countries. But like on the whole, there has to be something that the world's migrants see here in terms of economic opportunity, or else they're just crazy. There's so many people banging on the doors to want to get in on whatever we're doing.
There are a lot of people banging on the doors to get into a lot of other countries. You said if you compare America to a utopia, I think that's letting America off the hook. Migrants are making the decision comparing America to very real countries that exist today that are not utopias, but are a good deal better than what America has on offer for immigrants. So, Scandinavian countries, Canada, the UK. I have a friend, for instance, I'm thinking of, whose family is Caribbean and who has members of the diaspora of their family, some of whom migrated to Canada, some of whom ended up in London. And he ended up here in the United States for school. And there was a constant comparative analysis of what they were each getting, their bang for their buck. And his family members were all united in their horror of what his situation was like in terms of his ability to afford healthcare in this country, for instance. I have a guy I dated actually, whose family were Chinese immigrants, and some of his family members ended up in France, and obviously his family ended up, in the Bronx. In the comparison between how their families ended up in that immigration, shakeout, also inured to the benefit of the family that ended up in France, right? So I think that some of the interest in immigrating to America has to do with us being a larger country that takes in more immigrants than some others, just, person per person. And in the grand scheme of things, no one would deny that there are amazing opportunities here as compared to certain other places. But that comparative exercise, I think, sometimes obscures the extent to which America, being the wealthiest country in the history of the world, as Bernie Sanders sometimes used to like to say, could be doing so much more than it is. And sometimes by keeping the conversation at we're better than other places, we are underselling our ability to make America as good as it could be for the people who live here and who, in fact, are what makes it, gives it all the potential to be so great.
Yeah. So let's backtrack to this point you were making earlier, the point that you initially started writing about this sort of class versus race issue. You're someone that has been really on the forefront, I would argue, at least from my vantage point, in terms of arguing that identity politics obscures the extent to which there is a huge class divide in this country, makes it more difficult to create a multiracial coalition of poor people and people who care about poverty, who care about wealth inequality. And this was really the drum that Bernie has been banging for a long time. And interestingly, he has had a surprising degree of overlap with some Trump supporters. You'll so often find Trump supporters that will say, I hate Hillary, she's a crook, but I actually could see myself voting for Bernie, which was always interesting given just how different they are in many ways.
It is so funny to hear somebody like Brianna Joy Gray, who must have had a history class or two. Okay, and I understand that her argument as far as identity politics, obscuring a class analysis. She is a DSA leftist. Okay, and Adolph Reed is probably the most famous of that class of leftist. They are right to a certain extent, but a lot of times they seem to not understand that it's actually not the politicians are not I think this identity politics argument is bullshit. Number one, class analysis gives you an identity. Class analysis is identity politics if you choose that, to identify yourself that way. What they don't seem to understand is that populist movements that are multiracial have always been interfered with, and usually the multiracial worker, farmer, populist movements are broken up because of race. Race and class are intertwined in American culture, and you cannot have one without the other. It just simply does not work that way. And when these multiracial populist movements form, it's actually not race that breaks them up. Well, race is the tool, but it's elites that are using the tool. Okay, it's elites who do not want workers' movements, multiracial or otherwise. And for some reason or another, I've never heard anyone of that DSA type progressive left ever talk about the history in America. It's race used to break up populist movements, and it's elites who initiate the identity politics. And I guess you could make the argument that that's what's been happening 10 years ago when identity politics was escaping the lips of everybody. I don't know that I ever agreed with the identity politics stuff. I think that America is complicated, and I don't think you can separate race from class. That's never been the way our politics has worked. And the other thing that I'm going to say, since I'm, bullshitting around here, is that the left and the right, the farther reaches of it, MAGA is a populist movement and DSA is a populist movement, to get their agendas, they are going to have to force people to agree to their agendas. There can be overlap, especially in the working class identity type of agenda. However, America is not going to voluntarily adopt a DSA agenda. Same thing with MAGA. To get what is Stephen Miller has wanted MAGA to do, they've literally had to go out and kill people to do it. And America's not going to tolerate, the National Guard, on every street corner in DC. America won't go for that. So I'll go ahead and stop there.
But this is a point has always been compelling to me. So I'll give one example of something that.
Oh, what's up? Hey, Khan, salute.
I found really disturbing that almost nobody talked about during the year of George Floyd's killing and the subsequent protests and riots. There was a huge push to get to diversify boards in other words, to get Black millionaires on the boards of publicly traded companies so they could become wealthier. And this was justified as a direct response to the death of a Black dude from the hood who died under the knee of a police officer, from a totally different reality as the great majority of the Black millionaires that are now, being thrust on board seats, as if that action rectifies or has almost anything to do with the problems and the trials and tribulations of someone like George Floyd and people who grow up in those communities, right?
Yeah.
And this was never called like greed or avarice. It was presented as justice, as this is somehow social justice, not. So like, to me, this was an example of your point that this notion of racial solidarity or racial oneness or identity politics can really obscure massive inequalities that we remedy in these cheap ways that actually do very little for people that are truly disadvantaged.
Yeah, so I would tweak that just a little bit by saying, I want to be really clear about the fact of identity politics, which all politics is identity politics. Whether you're saying your identity is as a West Virginian or a New Jerseyan, and you have politics that are related to the state that you're from, whether the fact of your being a man or a woman, gay or straight, trans, what have you, affects your politics or what you fight for. Whether you're rich or poor, your class identity is part of your identity. Whether you're an immigrant or native born is part of your identity. Whether you're tall or short. I mean, every single thing about who you are as a human being is a kind of identity politics. And Republican or Democrat, from the history of politics, there have always been identities, religious identities, et cetera, that have informed one's perspective and has pushed people into kind of groups one way or another. My concern is the extent to which identity, oftentimes in the context I'm describing, racial identity, is being weaponized. So my critique is not of identity politics as a phenomenon. It's just a phenomenon. It's a neutral reality. And I want to be clear about this because sometimes people say identity politics is a problem because they don't want people to be advocating for shared interests by identity members, right? So obviously, if you live in a building, let's say, with a exploitative landlord who is not giving you hot water, and you rally together with all the other residents of 52 Huffington Street to get your rights, if I come along and say it's illegitimate for you guys to band together because the identity of 52 Huffington Streetians is identity politics and wrong, that's obviously silly, right? The whole point is that you have a shared fight that you're fighting for together. And that can be true of racial groups or people who live in a state or a community and all other kinds of things. And there's nothing wrong with advocating on the basis of your shared marginalization. The problem is, especially when it comes to race in this country, oftentimes, and what people are saying they're fighting for a shared identity group, but to your example, they're actually fighting for a very narrow band of class interest. So there is this presumption that all Black people share the same class interest, and therefore the interest of one Black person is necessarily the interest of another. And that enables folks to weaponize the idea of identity politics. against the interest of the majority of the group that they are purporting to fight for. And that's what's so pernicious about it. It's the weaponized identity politics where they can say, we're going to get more Black people on corporate boards as a means to address the miscarriage of justice that was George Floyd's murder. Or we're going to elect Barack Obama, and that's going to be a stand-in for addressing some of the systemic concerns that are experienced disproportionately by Black people. And also by so many other people who I think are left out of a coalition because often it is framed exclusively in identity terms. And this is something that our mutual friends at Jelani, I think, is very right to point out, that there is a way that sometimes liberal movements can, cut off their nose to spite their face, because there are people who might be members of their coalition who are not included as part of the conversation because it's understood solely, exclusively in racial terms instead of as racial and class terms simultaneously, which is very easy to do. And Zed, the particular example I'm thinking of is his analysis that showed that some huge percent, like 95%, I forget the exact number, don't quote me on that, but of all police shootings happen in neighborhoods where the average income is under $100,000 a year. And zero happen when it's over $200,000 a year. And so we're really talking about a class issue here that's being obscured, in addition to there obviously being racial bias as a component of it.
So I think I like the way how you framed it helps me understand your point of view, that you're not against identity politics as such, but you're against the weaponization of identity politics. And I think where I differ from you, I believe, is that I think racial identity politics in practice almost always gets weaponized. Because, so like take your example of the 52nd Street, Huffington Street people.
Yeah.
That group it's picking out a group of people that are actually all experiencing the same grievance. So it makes perfect sense for them to organize around it. Their landlord is terrorizing all of them, right? Race, like there's almost, at this point in American society, there's very rarely a grievance that picks out Black people as a category cleanly. Right. It's like, so many of the things that we're actually talking about when we think we're talking about race, like the example you gave, are pegged much more closely to poverty, sometimes even more to intergenerational poverty and crime, the problems of what used to be called the underclass or the ghetto. And so I don't think it's a sort of a unique exception or a particularly egregious example of the, people pushing to get on boards, as if that has something to do with what George Floyd went through. I think that is an inevitable consequence of a society where we allow, I don't mean legally, but where we promote culturally identity politics, because it creates a never-ending incentive for people that are actually quite privileged to claim the skin color connection and therefore to organize on those terms.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's an interesting question whether or not organizing around racial identity, it has diminishing returns in a country where the mechanisms to weaponize identity, racial identity, are so efficient and complete. But it is also not exclusively a concern for Black people. So I would argue, for example, that historically, in the recent history at least, Republicans have done an amazing job of doing a similar dance with working class whites, where if you were to ask, the biggest turnaround of the 20th century was this shift from working class white voters identifying with Democrats because of their commitment to labor issues, to both corporate parties.
Aries, you might want to change your approach. How about deal with the point instead of telling someone she doesn't understand? Or, you can get that point across without actually, you can do it a different way. And sometimes making a good critique of an idea is harder in a chat. Sarcasm and that sort of thing does not translate very well in texts or chats. Um, um, I don't know. I don't know if telling someone don't blame others, educate yourself. That's going to go over like a fart in church. So I don't know what you're expecting, but you might want to soften that critique or criticism a bit.
Basically abandoning labor issues and it becoming this kind of like who can speak the lingua franca of labor issues, the same way with Black people you have who can say the right thing, the woke thing on TV without ever trying to commit in any meaningful way. So now you had, once everyone threw labor under the bus, it became the Republicans who did a better job of speaking to the white working class voter than the Democratic voter. And the Democratic voter said, okay, we're going to pivot and do minorities and do this identity politics speak, both of which are very superficial, right? Democrats don't do anything for Black people. Bill Clinton cuts the social safety net, enacts the crime bill.
Saxophone, but he plays the saxophone, so
right?
it's okay.
Right, exactly. He says to soldiers, he opens his campaign at the execution of a mentally, of a low IQ Black prisoner. All of these things to signal that he absolutely isn't going to help Black people, but it doesn't matter because what's the alternative? It's a Republican Party who's gone all in on saying, well, the rest of the country is mine. And, wearing a hard hat and American flag pin, but also supporting all of these trade policies that both parties did, by the way. We had two corporate parties who were supporting these trade policies that sent all these jobs overseas, contributed to industrial decline, all the job loss in the Midwest, and all of the fallout that we had to deal with in terms of the deregulatory landscape in 2008, which still, has had this lingering effect, which no one wants to talk about. But, like 30% of the pensions of a huge portion of the population was gone, and it was 40% for Black Americans, right? So their collective value was gone in 2008, never to recover. So what we do have is performances across the board. I don't disagree with you. And I think it's an interesting question. How much should we credit the utility of identity politics in this kind of public sphere when it is being so corrupted? But this is a bigger question than kind of racial identity politics. And that is, I think, what a lot of the left is wrestling with. Not liberals, by the way. I want to be really clear that when I refer to liberals, I'm not referring to anything that I identify with. I'm thinking of corporate Democrats, mainstream Democrats, who very much trade almost exclusively in this kind of weaponized identity rhetoric. When I talk about the left, I mean a more economic populist part of the country that identified with the Bernie Sanders movement and who has been for a long time very critical about the cynical weaponization of identity, in part because we saw how it was used to elevate Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders in 2016. I think that was a real eye-opening moment for people. But it's also a question that I think conservatives are going to have to start grappling with, and I think they are with some interlocutors like
I don't know if I've ever heard Brianna Joy Gray address Bernie Sanders in that South Carolina primary. One of the things that lost Bernie the Black vote in South Carolina, and that's where Joe Biden and Jim Clyburn specifically, basically, South Carolina won Joe Biden the presidency. And in that particular case, it was Black voters in the Democratic primary that were responsible for Joe Biden beating Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders came straight up against reparations, and it pissed Black people, the Black voters, off. And I don't think I've ever heard her address that. Now, this is a fairly long interview, so maybe it'll come up. I doubt that it will because Coleman Hughes actually is anti-reparations. As a matter of fact, Coleman Hughes years ago they did like a house, or maybe it was a joint session, but it was a hearing talking about reparations, and he appeared before this congressional committee outright against reparations. He was still in college at the time, if I recall. So I doubt reparations even comes up. I hope it does. I don't know for sure, but um, that'll probably be something they avoid. I guess my question is, how did Bernie Sanders, I mean, I wouldn't expect Bernie Sanders to be pro reparations because these guys basically don't want any sort of race analysis. They want class analysis. So reparations is racial. But I would be curious to know what the internal discussions about it were. I'd be interested to know what Brianna's position on reparations is. I don't think I'm sure she must have. It's just I've never heard her discuss it.
Tucker Carlson, who, whether you think it's in good faith or bad, has been raising some of these class issues and has been willing to talk about things like senators being able to do insider trading and having a critique of that you'll find it difficult to see on MSNBC, for instance, or, talking about NAFTA and some of these trade policies, which Donald Trump talked about and liberals refused to kind of acknowledge had real resonance with people, separate and apart from any of the other kind of rhetoric that he was using that was more nativist or, bigoted or whatever, however you want to describe it. And that to me is a big question. Is there going to be an insurgent left that is able to capture a lot of the populist energy in the country that is well-founded and well-grounded and legitimate because of the way that our institutions, our media institutions and our political institutions have divested themselves from substantive economic politics and is just fighting us back and forth with each other over CRT and don't say gay and you're racist and woke? Or is it going to be the right that manages to put forward a populist person who gets all of that populist energy, but I would argue is not going to funnel it meaningfully in good faith toward economic programs that are actually going to help people? It's going to just continue to.
Let me answer her question for her. The right will never be able to put up an economic populace that doesn't believe in the American dream. Okay, right-wing populists think that, you can be working class and the purpose of economics is to make millionaires. That's what the right-wing populists believe. You can work hard and one day you'll be Elon Musk. Left-wing populists, they don't care that much about, as a matter of fact, they definitely don't believe in billionaires. They see economics as serving mankind, not individuals. So right-wing populists are not equal to left-wing populists, at least in American politics context. And I hope somebody can come up and debate that point, but I think I'm right.
Lead to a winners take all state of rugged individualism where the rich continue to exert the advantage they already have to use the systems that are in place and which are already deeply inequitable to continue to squeeze the working classes as they've been doing for the last 30, 40 years of neoliberalism.
Yeah, so, I think a lot of this for me comes down to race is not a good proxy for disadvantage anymore. Income is a decent proxy. It's a better proxy, right? Like if you're trying to, I grew up as a Black kid in a wealthy, diverse suburb. The notion that because we have so many people have this race first view of what it means to be disadvantaged. Like I know white people that grew up with.
Okay, once again, the Thomas soul shines through. This is that fucking everybody had slavery sort of rhetoric. Race in America can be a proxy for wealth inequalities. It's easy to do. Just look at the statistics. Okay, if your argument is that there are wealthy Black people, therefore there's no problem. If that is the way you argue that Black race is not a proxy for inequality, then that's a shitty argument. It's very easy to defeat. The other thing I want to point out is economic disparities are not the only disparities when you do a race or a CRT type analysis. That's what these soul brothers cannot get through their heads, or if they can get it through their heads, they just want to pretend it's not a valid analysis.
Meth head parents, that I would be prioritized over in countless different domains throughout the country. And I think it's, it's just a fundamental belief of mine that income and class is a much better proxy for disadvantage than race is. And that doesn't necessarily tell us what we should do, what works in order to curb disadvantage. And I tend to, get off the train sometimes at gestures towards any kind of capital S socialism. But I'm persuadable on a sort of an issue by issue basis.
Well, Coleman, what does your mom have to say about that? Do you guys still talk about these issues?
Well, no, when she was alive, we didn't really talk about it,
sorry.
but she passed away years ago, but she would be, she would love you. She would be all over you. She would be like, listen to Brianna. She is right.
Well, Professor Lowry's wife is also a Bernie supporter. I think
right.
these kind of relationships are so interesting to me, especially between Black people, I have to say, because, I'm so happy to talk to you, and I was so happy to talk to Glenn. I think he's wonderful. But I think part of the reason our dynamic was so easy is because I'm not saying you have to be Black to be talking in good faith as a conservative or however, I don't mean to put words in your mouth or identify you in a way that you don't identify. But there is sometimes, I think, a relationship between that and I think your ability to make, or your willingness to make kind of good faith arguments. So while I continue to disagree with Professor Lowry about any number of things, I don't believe that he is being driven by a desire to justify, let's say, a worldview that is, as a first principle, wanting to collapse a social safety net and therefore arguing about Black inferiority as a reason why we don't need to keep pouring money into the Black community, right? If it's an innate difference, this is the take. This is really what I think is driving some other people that aren't Professor Lowry. The take is, if Black people are at a disadvantage and disparities are caused by something intrinsic or cultural or genetic or what have you, then there's no point in raising funding or increasing funding in order to try to close disparities. We shouldn't be involved in the work of closing disparities. This is just the natural order of things. And I guess we can just keep, spending money on the military or whatever else. And my first principle argument is different than that, right? My first principle argument is that I almost don't care about measuring people's skull sizes. I mean, we can have a conversation about it, but it's irrelevant to me because my ethical project, my ideological project, which I'll be very open about, is that I think that there's an intrinsic value in human beings and that there should be a baseline living standard for everybody. Because what does it mean for us as a society? What does it mean for me as a member of a society in the wealthiest country in the history of the world to blithely be stepping over homeless people as I'm on my way to Whole Greens? Even if I don't care about that other person and their intrinsic merit as a human being, what does that say to me as a participant in society? What does it say about the children that are being raised around me and who I'm setting an example for? And so why am I going down this road? I think it's important to care about people's first principles in their ideological projects, and believing that kind of Professor Lowry or yourself are coming from a place that is not that, that kind of bad faith approach that some other people have, is very useful. And I think that the fact that we are coming from Black people, even if we disagree about what's causing things or what should be done or things like that, there is a certain comfort level, I think, in hoping and, you know, understanding each other that we are operating in good faith, even if we are going in different directions.
Right. Yeah. I hit on a way of formulating it when I was on Joe Rogan recently that I now remembering I kind of liked, which is we were talking specifically about the problem of high murder rates, especially in Black communities, what it does to neighborhoods. And basically the status quo I feel we're at right now is that the right will talk about this issue. Tucker Carlson will talk about this issue, but you never get the sense that he's talking about it as anything other than a cudgel to wield against the left and say, look at Democrats fucking up these cities. And
Okay, you know what? And again, we'll let Coleman talk, but in my opinion, everybody gets it wrong. In my opinion, it's racializing the crime. Okay, when you start looking at, when you attach Black to the neighborhood, that is the first step to not solving the problem. We racialize crime, and that gives people the idea that, oh, hey, it's just happening in the Black community. Instead of treating it as an American problem or even a class problem, because a lot of times, you know, poverty's correlated to violent crime. When we racialize it, that is step one to ignoring the problem or not prioritizing it.
it's just a partisan hit point for him, right? You never get the sense that he is motivated to talk about that subject by a genuine ethical concern.
Compassion for people who are dying. And
Right. And again, it is, I think it's possible that I'm slandering him, but this is the impression that I get, you know?
Well, it's not just an impression, right? Because if you were talking about it because you wanted better outcomes, then it would be a longer conversation, a more substantive conversation about how to get those better outcomes. And I agree with you. I think liberals need to talk more about that. I think the left talks about it a great deal more than liberals, but I think liberals need to talk more about it, because by leaving that void, they do give cannon fodder to someone like Tucker Carlson, who was talking about it in bad faith. And in fact, there are good answers for that. So I think that some liberals, they do have this kind of performative virtue signaling relationship to some of these subjects, where because they're reasoning from the first principle, a lot of these white liberals, their reasoning from their first principle is racism is bad. I know racism is bad, and I don't really understand anything else, because I'm kind of a vapid MSNBC host, but I know that racism is bad. So if Tucker Carlson says something that, quote, makes people look bad, I'm going to reject it out of hand. Instead of saying, okay, there is violence in low-income communities. There are high murder rates among these populations. And if I care as a good liberal about this, I should talk about ways to address it. Now, by not doing that, they allow other factions to get away with an argument that the way to resolve these issues is to increase funding to police departments. Now, if you showed me evidence that increasing funding to police departments meant that fewer Black people were dead in the street, people would have a hard time arguing with that. But what the whole argument behind, defund the police is that after years and years and years of throwing millions and billions of dollars at police departments, I think LA, 50% of the city's budget at this point is for the police. There was no correlation over a 30, 40-year trajectory between the size of police budgets and the rate of violent crime. And so we have to start having a different conversation about how you do bring down crime, and what role does poverty play in all of this, and what role does these concentrated urban developments play in this? And is there a way that we can work with architects?
And by the way, that is a perfect way to criticize Joe Biden's response. Okay. I can remember him in speeches going, well, not only am I not for defunding the police, I'm for funding the police. Well, her argument is you can throw money at the problem, but is throwing money or half the city's budget going to policing, are crime statistics going down? And that kind of opens me up to, hey, look, Donald Trump, what Donald Trump did, lowered crime rates. I guess I might have to think about that. My thing would be, well, crime rates have been going down, but those are overall crime rates. If we're going to focus on quote black neighborhoods, how are those rates looking? There are layers and there are ways to isolate some of these arguments. The problem with when we talk politics generally on, say, a show like even my show, we really don't ever get down to a level that's granular. Okay. The overall crime, say in DC, well, yeah, you want to see those trends go down. But once you see the trend going down, you've got to literally get more granular than that. Okay. Where is crime going down? Where is crime in the city staying steady or maybe not going down? Politicians, and I don't know, when you're running a campaign, people get bored with details and granularity and stuff like that. But I don't think Democrats or Republicans do a very good job of talking about crime. And I think that we are probably going to find out that what Donald Trump did was a great short-term solution. But anybody thinking that, oh, hey, Donald Trump has lowered crime, that's not a permanent fix. I want to know what he's going. I would love to know, and I know the answer to this. There is no long-term plan to keep crime going down. It's all for show.
And city engineers to help bring down the rate of crime. And because Tucker Carlson isn't talking about that and those solutions, that's what I think can lead you to a reasonable conclusion that he's not engaging in those topics in good faith. At the same time that we can have a criticism of liberals for not engaging in the topic at all because they don't really know how to deal with it.
Yeah. So yeah. And then there's, I guess the second half of the problem is that if you do try to talk about this, on the left or as a liberal, I think you become open to accusations of racism or Uncle Tomism if you're black.
Yeah.
And I mean, what you were saying before about the fact that you can talk to me and Glenn and feel and be reasonably sure that we're coming from a good angle, that makes sense to me intuitively. At the same time, what happens if you are a white person that really cares about this issue for the right reasons? It's like you're under a cloud of suspicion from the start. You don't have the melanin force field, as my friend Camille Foster would say. And so it might seem wise to just wipe your hands of the issue altogether and say, I'm not even gonna, even though it's something I really care about, I'm just not gonna talk about it because...
And people make the decision, but look, I think it's a rebuttable presumption. I don't presume that every black person is necessarily operating in good faith. And for the example about Tucker Carlson, I don't think, as I explained, I don't think he's operating in bad faith because he's white. I think he's operating in bad faith because he's picking and choosing arguments that don't really bear any relationship to positive outcomes for people in the community that he's kind of hand-wringing about, right? And look, I've been here. I'm black and a woman, but I'm certainly not a lot of other things. I'm not... queer. I don't live with a disability. I'm not elderly. I'm not poor. There are a lot of things, a lot of axes of, whatever you want to call it, privilege or what have you, that I am not on and that I talk about in the context of my career. And from time to time, people get very upset with me about things and they, would like, I'm sure some people to be able to cancel me or write me off for various things. And I talk about this on the show a lot. I make decisions, sometimes editorial decisions, not to go there. And other times I decide to go there because even though I know that I don't have the, what did you call it? The veil of...
the melanin force field.
The melanin force field or the LGBTQ force field or I've gotten into some trouble over conversations that I've been having about Whoopi Goldberg and Judaism and racial identity. I don't have a Jewish force field. I don't have a lot of different kinds of things. I'll still be willing to do it and have the conversations. because I think they're worthwhile and I think I have something to contribute. And if it turns out I'm wrong and people want to push back, I think that's the whole point. I'm glad to have that conversation.
So now I'm curious, what was your take on Whoopi Goldberg that got you into trouble?
It didn't get me into trouble meaningfully with anybody who matters and cares. But, I had Thomas Chatterton Williams and Batya Ungar-Sargon on the podcast because I'd recently had this amazing conversation with Thomas last fall about his book, about being an ex-Black man and whether or not, the pros and cons of continuing to identify racially with a one-drop rule, given that it's a legacy of slave masters. Mm-hmm. And he was kind of led to this, this line of thinking and questioning after having 2 kids as a mixed race man himself with a white woman who came out looking just physiognomically very white, right? And the kind of the absurdity of saying like these kids should identify as Black based on this rule that was intended to keep the offspring of raped slaves and slave masters under the property ownership of slaves. And it's like, well, why are we invested in this? And we had this conversation about, well, culture identity is great. And, the kids should be able to identify as culturally Black if they want to. And there's so much richness and wonder to be had there. But is there also like this inability to have this liminal state? And can't you be both? And it was interesting. We pushed and pulled and, but when Whoopi said what she said, and kind of questioned, the Holocaust isn't about race, she said. Mm-hmm. A lot of the pushback, a lot of the feedback was, well, Jews aren't white. Jews aren't white was the line. And while of course the argument that is correct and why Whoopi was wrong was that Nazis' conception of Jews was very much that they weren't white, that they were another race, and that made them targets for some of the cruelest, genocide that we've seen in the history of humanity. Mm-hmm. At the same time, today, very few people would make an argument that like Barbara Streisand isn't white, mm-hmm. That Jared Kushner isn't white. And it was really interesting to me to say that, what is that slippage there? What is this conversation where it seems like in America to be subjugated, to have status as a marginalized group, race is the best way to get that status. So there is this investment in saying, well, Whoopi's wrong because of course Jews aren't white. When you could see a different approach, you can imagine a different kind of world where kind of religious persecution or some other kinds of identity had the same kind of power, and you saw a kind of a more nuanced argument. Some Jews are white, some Jews aren't, but they were perceived, or sometimes are continued to be perceived, depending on some combination of immigrant status and, how they look and whether they have an accent, all these other kinds of things. Like race is this weird thing that we all are struggling to define. But the uniformity of the response in that moment, which was absolutely Jews aren't white, when Jewish, it's an ethnicity and it's a religion and it has always existed in this kind of liminal space, that conversation wasn't being had at the time. And given what I just talked about with Thomas about the kind of political value of racial identity in America at this moment, I thought it was really interesting to get them together and kind of talk through what it meant to identify racially as opposed to ethnically, as opposed to religiously in a contemporary context, not just having this conversation about what was obviously the perception of Nazis in 1930s Germany.
It seemed to me why Whoopi's comments struck a nerve, and this was rarely acknowledged, because people were having this surface level conversation about history and whether Jews are a race or an ethnicity, whether they're white, etc. But beneath that, and I think motivating all of the outrage and excitement, was this unacknowledged intersectionality framework where Black people are obviously considered an oppressed class in this framework. White people are considered an oppressor class. And Jews they don't fit into the framework so neatly, right? There is an argument over, okay, are Jews oppressed because of, the pogroms everywhere in Europe and the genocide?
Okay, there is an easy way to solve Coleman's very obvious confusion, and that's called precision of language. Be specific about the type of Jew or Black or whatever. Just don't say Black. Use some sort of qualifier. I don't know why this is that confusing.
In Germany and all other, and even being kept out of Ivy League schools for a long time in America, this whole history of oppression. So do they belong with Black people in the intersectional framework? Or since they are such a economically successful minority in America relative to their numbers, right? Like the average Jewish income is higher than the average American income and so forth. Are they therefore part of the oppressor class? And I think many Jews wrestle with that, because it's like I've seen examples of this at Columbia. It's like you're a Jewish student in the like sort of critical race class at school, and you try to say something from the Jewish perspective, empathizing with the Black struggle, and it's like, do you get shut down, or is that accepted? And there's status involved. There's a huge amount of status involved in these subcultures where you don't want to be the oppressor, you want to be the oppressed in this local subculture. And I think it's possible that was motivating some of the reaction to
100%.
Comments.
I think you hit the nail on the head. But that's spicy for some folks, Coleman. Like, some people are not, I wanted to have my version of having the insulation, the Black shield. Sorry, I keep forgetting.
The melanin force.
Look, believe it or not, Natasha, I'm a big believer in intersectionality. I'm one of these people that, people are sums of their parts. People are not just one thing, especially the older you get. Kids are simple, but as you pile on years and decades, life gets more complicated. Therefore, the person living that life gets more complicated. And there is absolutely nothing wrong, because I hear people talk about intersectionality as a concept being woke or whatever. No, I think intersectionality makes a lot of sense. And people can be more than Black, or people can be more than rich, or people can be more than one thing. And people need to understand that if you are trying to solve a problem, precision language, or same thing with math. You have the right type of operator or operation for the right kind of problem. You don't need a screwdriver. Well, I guess you could use a screwdriver, but you generally don't hammer a nail with a screwdriver, and vice versa. People need to just get it together. And someone like a Coleman Hughes, who has an Ivy League liberal arts degree, philosophy is very, can be a game of precision. Brianna's a lawyer, and lawyers thrive on precise language. And I understand this is just a YouTube show, and, they're just kind of kibitzing back and forth. But sometimes, use the right tool for the right job. And we're not just talking about your random Jew being a part of the quote oppressor class. You can be more specific than that. There are just all kinds of ways to slice and dice culture.
The melanin force field.
Oh, and by the way, I saw a Pew Research poll a year or two ago. Most Jewish people in America identify as white. So that's another thing. Hopefully they mention, but probably won't.
It's Camille Foster's
was having, a Jewish interlocutor on the panel, and asking her the questions and kind of getting to see what her thoughts and feelings were instead of offering something on my own. And, that's a kind of protection that I felt almost necessary to have that conversation, and the follow-up conversation I had on my call-in show later that day, where I had, Katie Halbert come on with me and continue the conversation. One, to have that, force field, but also because I'm genuinely interested in their perspectives that are obviously more informed than my own when it comes to how Jews see themselves. Obviously I want that perspective. But it is, I think that there are several things that you hit on that I will acknowledge are not always admitted to as issues among liberals.
Well, excuse me. Khan, that's an interesting point, and I wonder if it might not be that he's an acolyte of Thomas Sowell. I guarantee you Thomas Sowell knows who Coleman Hughes is, because, you know, he's a disciple of Coleman Hughes is a disciple of Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter. As a matter of fact, years ago, I don't know, 7 years ago, I first came to know of Coleman Hughes from the Glenn show. So, and I also remember Heather McDonald interviewed him also. She's still with the Manhattan Institute. So, Thomas Sowell is one of these people who, is famous for applying simple solutions to complex problems. This everybody had slavery throughout humanity is a simple way of, basically dismissing America as a slaveocracy, or the United States as a slaveocracy.
Leftists, which is the idea that there is a such thing as a narrow cultural space that, despite broadly not having privilege or traction or hegemony in the country, in narrower cultural enclaves, there are these different power dynamics where there is status to be had by belonging to marginalized groups. And there is a way that the privilege discourse gets weaponized into a hierarchy of oppression that leads people to, instead of having a conversation about why we should care about the interests of Jewish people, instead becomes a battle about, well, are Jews white or not? Because the outcome of that decision militates how much we should care about Jews. Well, we can have the conversation, but regardless, your investment in the well-being of a historically marginalized community should be on the basis of their intrinsic value, not whether or not they can fit into one of these categories that has more clout or not. And that was kind of the root I was trying to get to in this conversation, which I thought was an interesting intellectual enterprise. But some
folks, just a show note, I'm probably not going to go, definitely not over 5 hours, and probably not much past 4 hours. And I'm at the 3 hour and 6 minute mark right now. And then I'm kind of sitting here thinking in the background. I was in RLM's chat yesterday, or well, actually overnight, because I fell asleep and then woke up. But anyway, I was thinking to myself that the way this show has kind of shaken out, it seems to have evolved, and hopefully it continues to evolve into, kind of shorter shows Monday through Friday where, it's more news, a little bit more focused, a little bit more gravity. And then on the weekends, it just seems to devolve, as well it should. I don't have a problem with that. Devolve into whatever you would call the Saturday show. And, the Sunday show really is optional. I wasn't going to do a show yesterday. Then I got bored and decided to finish off some stuff I didn't get to Saturday. But, it's going to wind up being shorter shows during the week just because, if I'm going to do it all these days, there need to be shorter shows. So anyway, anyone who has input, you've got, I don't know, is CKJ3 at the, no, he's not here. I just got a text from Portia. My email server is tripped offline, so she's in the process of fixing it.
people on Twitter feel differently.
Yeah. Interestingly, My friend sent me a very old video of Whoopi Goldberg.
She just, I
during that
just,
whole-
she had something she forgot to do, like her, she's fixing it is the point. And frankly, I'm actually thinking about, do we even need that server anymore? One of the reasons we had it is so all of us had a central like server. It was basically something that 4 different people, instead of having 4 different accounts, we'd have one account, with 4 different clients. I don't know that, I could just get a simple show email, Stanley versus the world.gmail.com for free. We might want to think about doing that.
Fiasco. She was doing a stand-up. She was doing her stand-up routine, which was she would do characters. She would do these really creative characters, and she did this character of a junkie from America who somehow ends up on a plane and goes to Auschwitz or visits the Anne Frank Museum, rather. It's like this Black American junkie somehow ends up on a plane through this crazy series of events, ends up in the Anne Frank Museum, and ends up having this sort of profound moment of empathy with the memory of Anne Frank that sort of cuts her out of her constant junkie sort of psycho thoughts. She has this kind of moment of clarity of seeing that her and Anne Frank are kind of the same. And that was an interesting thing to see, because there is a version of Whoopi's comments that were really just, an attempt to say something maybe deep about how superficial all of these differences are. Where she said the Holocaust was about man's inhumanity to man. Like that could seem like she's just denying the racism of it all and in some way diminishing the moral crime of the Holocaust. Or it might have been akin to her like 20-minute sketch about a Black junkie empathizing with Anne Frank and seeing that they're the same. It could have been a good faith reading is that she was really trying to make a point about fundamental human unity or something like that. I really don't know what is true.
Yeah, it could be.
But
Okay, that is what art is for. It's what it is, whatever you interpret it to be. See, that dude sounds like a bonehead. Okay, why don't you ask Whoopi for starters? And number 2, race is a cruelty. Okay, race is the product of man's inhumanity to man. How can he not see that? He's a fucking philosophy major. You would think he would be able to think deeper than I don't know. Dude, this guy's Coleman Hughes is sometimes disappointing.
I also just think, to be honest, that in America, we have a very specific conception of what it means to be raced. And in contemporary America, whatever you think, this isn't me stating an opinion, because again, I'm not trying to go through this media cycle again. But, we don't think in contemporary 2022 America, if you think about what we consider to be the quote unquote race on the census of prominent Jewish Americans, whether it's Jared Kushner or Barbara Streisand or Woody Allen, whoever you want to pick out of a hat, we would call them white. They would call themselves white. Mm-hmm. And I think that on some really basic level, Whoopi Goldberg is just not thinking of the kind of Jewish racial ethnic identity in that way. And so when someone said, anti-Semitism, or what, I forget the context. Oh, they were talking about mouse. When someone said the Holocaust was about racism, I think Whoopi literally just was like, I don't get it. I don't get it, because in her contemporary, perception, Jews are white. So it's not racist. It's something else. It's bad. It's equally bad. It's prejudice. It's religious intolerance. It's ethnic intolerance, all of those things. But I honestly think it's as simple as,
I didn't realize this was an old interview. This is interesting.
Whoopi Goldberg's conception of race is in a kind of contemporary American black, white, binary. And that's just what happened.
Yeah, that's actually what you said is exactly what I tweeted after that. That was my good faith interpretation of her. I don't even know that I would call it a mistake, really. It was a layering of the modern definition of race on the past.
Right.
But like I said, I think maybe motivating the reaction to it was this underlying question of, are Jews the oppressors or the oppressed? And
yes,
and I think
okay, how about they can be both? Again, American history. There were dude, the Judah Benjamin was he was the Secretary of State, and he also held another cabinet position. I can't remember which. In the Confederacy, he was Jewish. There were plenty of Jewish slaveholders in places like Savannah, etc. They have been both. And quite frankly, one of the problems I have with, quote, race men in the pundit class, or whatever you want to call us, we tend, and I include myself when I say this, we tend to flatten arguments. We tend to flatten concepts. We tend to flatten people without remembering that these concepts are A, fluid, and B, they are 365 or 3D objects. Okay, these concepts, people can be both oppressed and oppressor. We are human, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I do understand that, you only have 2 hours in an interview or something like that. So you have to keep it kind of simple. But I'm going to be honest. I would almost rather not do an interview if I have to flatten everything for brevity or, time constraints. Sometimes you do yourself, sometimes you do more harm than good when you have a time constraint and you have to flatten everything for brevity. Sometimes I wonder if you actually don't make something worse. So I don't know. We have a real problem with facility with language, and we just flatten everything. And again, I include myself. I do the same thing. I have to do better.
If one thing that Jewish Americans
Hey,
bring
this is
out
pretty
is
funny.
because
That might
no one
be a
except
show
the
title,
crazy
Natasha.
conspiracy people deny the long history of unique Jewish oppression, it becomes a phenomenon to be explained why Jews are so successful as a minority in America, right? It's like, if they've been oppressed for so long, why aren't they poor? And the conspiracy theorists answer this with, the tinfoil hat crowd answers this with their stuff, the anti-Semitic conspiracies about controlling the media and controlling everything.
Yeah.
And but I think the left-wing scholars or the liberal scholars don't have a ready answer to this because of how taboo it is to cite cultural factors behind success, right? Like the history of.
I don't know that you have to, right? I don't know that you have to. I mean, I'm not the immigration scholar, and so there's many people who've written about this, and they can be a lot more specific. But what's so fascinating to me about America as a country where everyone except for Black American descendants of slavery and Native Americans immigrated here is that there are to date extreme differences even among white immigrant groups in terms of their economic status that are explained by the status of the immigrant group when they came to the country. So to date, like Irish Americans fare worse off than Anglo-Saxons
right,
economically in this country, right?
Mm-hmm.
And depending on whether or not different, East Asian immigrants, depending on whether or not they came through an immigration wave of kind of elites from their country to the United States, kind of wealthier Cubans that were, permitted immigration that still fare better than other kinds of Latinos. I mean, it's who comes over. And if a bunch of, doctors and lawyers and educated people come over, if we opened the, immigration doors to, scientists and academics and people who are fleeing the Holocaust differentially based on kind of economics and status, and the people who were able to leave were those who were more financially viable, then those things have trickle effects through time that you can see not just with Jewish people, but every immigrant population that's come to the country. Basically, the status you had is a status that you largely maintain economically.
So my reading of the history of immigration is different than that. I think the Jews who came here in the 19th century and early 20th century were poor when they got here. They had, they were like low-level merchants and just like they did not come here being doctors and lawyers.
Right, but
already.
A merchant,
and then they were. But they were poor. They were poor.
But Coleman, a merchant is a very different thing than like an Irish potato farming peasant. Do you know what I mean? It's not to say that you were like an elite.
But many of them were fleeing pogroms in Eastern Europe, where
absolutely.
they had everything taken from them, and they came here with nothing.
Absolutely,
and then 2 decades later, the Ivy Leagues are trying to keep them out because they're scoring too high on the tests. And I think that you have to have some account of culture, of the internal culture of a group that's spent like 1,000 years studying the Talmud and such.
If you take everything away from me and throw me into a low-income Black neighborhood without $1 in my bank account, that doesn't make me equal to the Black person there who's had none of the educational experiences, the professional experiences, the ability to move through the world that I've accrued by this age. So this is not about diminishing the trials that all of these immigrant groups have.
I would call that culture what you just.
I wouldn't call that culture. I don't think that my very individualized life experiences are cultural. It's just I'm Brianna Gray and I've had this life and I've had these privileges and I've had these experiences. It's not because I'm Black. It's not because I'm part of a network. It's because
I am a culture of one.
It's class. It's my class background that has given me intangible benefits that will stay with me regardless of what happens to me economically.
Yeah, I really think you're naming culture in my mind. It's like, how do cultures get made to begin with? It's just the patterns of what people do and what people know and the intangible benefits, as you're saying, that you carry with you from what your parents gave you, your community, and your habit patterns.
But it's not my parents and my community.
Coleman's soul brother might be right on this one, though.
Right? Because, my grandmother and I are very differently situated. And I think that she's very much a member of my community and instrumental to my life. But her being stripped of all her resources, even if she were, let's say, my same age, and me being stripped of all my resources do not put us in the same situation.
No, but I agree with that. I mean, I'm so culturally different from my grandparents, right? Like my on my mother's side, my grandma has a 3rd grade education, speak no English. Like her culture and my culture, even though I visited her all the time, were just totally different because I was raised in getting read to all the time.
Because Coleman was raised to be a little shit.
Highly literate household. Almost everyone I knew as a kid went to college. So the notion that I wouldn't go to college was unthinkable. That's culture. Whereas my grandma didn't know a single person that went to college. College, I'm not even know she understood the concept of college. And it was a shock that when one of her daughters went to college. That's culture too. And it's nobody's fault. It's a matter of your background and where you're from. But, the way cultures evolve have a huge...
I think probably class, but, there are things that are downstream from culture. I think they're both right. You could probably make an argument for both. But I think culture is larger than an individual. But then so is class.
huge impact on the relative success of different groups.
I guess my question is, what is gained by calling it culture? Because, if it were neutral and it's just a word, we could call it potato. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't, it doesn't really matter.
And I'm gonna make a quick point, and I might be wrong, I might be right, but this is the difference between Brianna as a basically leftist versus Coleman, who's more of a conservative. She wants a class analysis. And essentially, conservatives tend to be more about conserving the culture. So I think that's the difference between their outlooks.
My resistance, I guess my resistance is because so often the idea that a differences between groups are cultural is understood as it's intrinsic. And if we're talking about me having a different culture than my mom and my grandmother and everybody.
I get it now. Basically, if you call it culture, you can apply race to the analysis. There's black culture, there's white culture, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I think I'm on to something there.
Everybody else, even though we're all part of the same very intimate community with each other. And it changes rapidly, not just between generations, but between one decade of my life to the next, frankly. Then I am worried about the way that term can be exploited to justify not doing the things that can, quote unquote, change culture. If culture is me going to college and having this experience of going to college and having the experience of getting good jobs because I went to a school where all these firms competed heavily, then when we're having these kind of conservative conversations about how we have to improve the culture of these deficient groups, well then, okay, fine. We're just talking about improving public education and making college free and canceling student debt, then we're all on the same page. But we know that's not the conversation that's actually being had.
So this notion that, I don't know who thinks this, but I do think you're right that some people out there think this, that culture is intrinsic. That is the opposite of what culture is in my mind. And in the history of ideas, the anthropologists like Franz Boas and folks like that in the early 20th century, who came up with cultural theories of why countries, ethnic groups and races differ, they were doing that in order to argue back against the people that said it's all genetics, right? There are people that are saying that this is during the popularity of eugenics when people were saying, oh, the Anglo-Saxons are different from the Greeks.
Okay, what Coleman doesn't understand is culture and genetics in the mind of a race realist, they intersect. Why doesn't he understand this? And by the way, Coleman's a graduate of Columbia. Franz Boas was an anthropology professor at Columbia back in like the 1920s or so. And another side note, Franz Boas was a mentor to Zora Neale Hurston. Zora Neale Hurston, I believe, graduated from Columbia. So there's some things. He mentions Franz Boas. There's some intersections with people that I'm actually interested in. People also didn't realize that Zora Neale Hurston, besides being a writer, a fiction writer and novelist and all, she basically got you know what? I can't remember if she actually graduated from Columbia now, but she was an anthropologist as well. So a lot of her anthropology field work influenced a lot of her writing. She did a lot of folk tales and that sort of thing. Just probably nobody's interested in any of that, but anyway.
Greeks are different from the Jews. because I don't know why I'm doing a Southern accent. It was like everyone was a eugenicist back then. And they were saying it's all genes, it's intrinsic, it can't change. And then the anthropologists came along and they said, no, actually it can change. It changes all the time. It's called culture. And so when I say it's culture, I mean precisely to imply that it not only can it change, it will change no matter what. It's always changing, but it's a matter of which.
Shoot, I was on mute. My bad. I can see both their arguments, but it really does come down to who is whom and whose politics is whom. They have two different world views, and Coleman being more conservative, or he probably call himself a classical liberal or something like that. I just call him a Thomas Sowell MAGA black, or black conservative. I guess anti-black might be a better term. I don't know. But being more conservative, he sees culture. Brianna Joy Gray being a DSA type leftist sees class. They want to be class essentialist, and and Coleman Hughes wants to be a culture essentialist, I guess.
Direction you push the changes in.
Well, I guess here's my hesitation. It's not just that it's perceived as intrinsic, but that it's somehow willful, like a product of individual will. So if we sit here and agree, okay, the problem with Black people is Black culture is deficient.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody clip this out of context. This is a hypothetical. If we were to hypothetically agree, okay, the issue is Black culture is deficient, what does that mean next? Because the people who make those kinds of claims are never saying, okay, well, the culture is not going to college, or not having enough people in the community that have gone to college that it becomes a matter of course, the way it was for you and I. Okay, well, the answer isn't to say, okay, let's make sure that everybody in this community has an opportunity to go to college. There's a presumption that what the culture means when people talk about that with respect to Black people, it's that this idea that Black people don't, quote unquote, value education. Black people don't want to go to school. Black people are making fun of other Black people for being smart in school, and all of this kind of rhetoric, which is used to justify not investing more in those communities. Right? When my experience, and I talked about this with Professor Lowry, couldn't be farther from the truth. Every Black person I know has more debt than white people. I mean, Black women have more student debt than anybody else because of this perverse way that we're trying to prove that we aren't deficient in the way that society tells us to. So all these Black women are running around with these master's degrees that frankly aren't even worth very much. They don't increase their earning potential, but because society has been telling them for decades now that everything wrong with Black people is this cultural lack of value for education. So we're disproportionately degreed. We are disproportionately indebted, but we all know but we're still kind of fighting against these tropes that somehow the reason that there's these economic gaps between Black people and white people is because we don't care enough. And I think that's kind of pernicious. So if it is culture, if I agree with you that it's culture, what's the next step? How do you go about changing the culture as opposed to just lambasting people for having a culture that you perceive to be insufficient?
That's a great question. So I think the truth about changing culture is that A, it's incredibly difficult. B, it's almost, it's very nearly impossible for the government to do in a top-down way. And when it does happen, it happens because people try to make local changes in their own communities, face-to-face with people they know, through whether it be through church or through a school. And, ultimately, it's like you have the most control sort of over the culture of your household, of your family. It's like the culture imparted to me by my mother was one of very high expectations. It's like my mom expected me to get an A. She was a quote unquote tiger mom, even though she was Puerto Rican, right? And to a higher extent even than many white kids in my town. Like many parents that were content for their kids to get B's and sort of say they were doing okay. So the question is, if we're going to obsess over group-wide statistics, right, you have to look at group-wide behaviors, or else it's meaningless, right?
So what's the group-wide
So-
behavior? Because my mom wasn't a tire mom at all. I was, supported in my intellectual curiosity was fed. I was read to a great deal. We went to a lot of museums. At no point in my life was it ever indicated that there was an expectation that I go to an Ivy League school. College, of course, but absolutely not. I was never criticized for getting a B. I was never, pushed to get an A.
Do you think that parental expectations of that kind matter?
I think kids are different, and some people are harangued and don't perform. Some people aren't harangued.
I obviously agree with that, but everything else held equal for the average kid, do you think it matters? Do you think it makes a difference to have parents that really expect you to get A's as opposed to parents that are happy for you to get C's?
No, I think that when we're talking about wealth disparities, given how many white people get C's and are still okay, that the issue isn't these kind of parental nuances. It's whether or not people don't go to college because they can't afford to go to college for the most part. Now, there's a bigger conversation to be had about the value of trade schools, how many good jobs come from learning a trade, how as a society, there's been this neoliberal push to blame economic disparity, regardless of race, on people's failure to get an education. And that's been a big neoliberal lie. And that it's really about job markets and job markets narrowing because of exporting jobs overseas and the declining manufacturing sector and corporate greed and all other kinds of things. Right. Mm-hmm. So that's a bigger conversation to be had. But if the goal is, if you want to know why one member of my family went to college and one didn't, it's not because their parent did or did not care about education more than the other. It's often siblings in the same family. It has to do with being able to afford education. A lot of people drop out. My mom had to take an extra semester to graduate from college because she couldn't come up with $400 one year for her tuition. And that would have derailed certain other people. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It comes down to people feeling like they don't have to rush and get in a job market because they have to take care of their families. Sometimes people get derailed for all kinds of other personal issues. And I would say, if you want to have people going to college, if that's a value that we have as a society, which, is a conversation to be had again. But if we do want everyone to go to college and we think that will close the racial wealth gap, again, dubious, but okay.
Yeah,
well, then let's look at what happened with high school education attainment. We did not used to have a public education system. We got one in the middle of last century, and we suddenly went from very few people having high school degrees to everybody having a high school degree because it was free and that was the cultural expectation. If we want full college attendance, then make public colleges and universities free and people will go just like they've gone K through 12, or go to a trade school as an alternative and have those options be free as well. Because a lot of student debt, I really want to make this fine point because it gets breezed over. A lot of student debt comes from people going to trade schools and also associates programs. It's not just this elite thing.
So you're not how I've been pretty compelled by people who say we need to have more of a culture of trade schools in America, like they do in some European countries. Like there are some European countries where it's way more normal to go to a trade.
Okay, what he doesn't, and maybe he will get to it. The reason that is because they give you tests. Like if you don't test into this engineering school, you're not going to that engineering school. You will be presented other options. That's why it's more normalized. And I don't know that that's a bad thing, to be honest.
Trade school, and just to know you're the kind of person that's going to do better at trade school. Whereas here we've identified going to a 4-year college as this sort of golden pill that's going to cure everything, when it's not the right solution for a lot of people.
Correct. And there's a lot. And I alluded to this, but this is a big deal. We were talking about the ways in which identity politics, both parties basically divest from substantive class politics. What liberals did, part of what liberals did was to say, okay, we're supposed to care about Black people. That's our cohort. Okay, we're supposed to care about Latinos. We're supposed to care about all the diverse people. All right. Okay. So we got to say something that addresses all of this disparity, all of the crap that's going on in the 90s, the drug war, all of this stuff. We got to say something, right? Okay, so what we're going to say is that the reason all of this stuff exists is because y'all didn't go to college. That has been the prevailing narrative forever. Instead of asking our elected officials to actually deal with the mess that they made with deindustrializing the workforce and getting rid of low-wage labor and the fact of automation, meaning that some jobs are just not going to come back, and saying, okay, well, because we believe in the value of human beings, we're going to create a social safety net that exists in places like Scandinavia where everyone has a decent ability to live, right? The fact that we innovated and built robots means that, hey, we don't have to do as much work and this should be a good thing. That's the Jetsons future we were all supposed to be aiming for, instead of moralizing and saying you don't deserve to live in a house unless you're laboring for 40 hours a week, which is the world we live in now. Instead, they said, okay, no, we're going to blame it all on people's individual ability to get an education or desire to get an education or ability to get an education. And so to distract you from the extent to which these are policy choices that are being made at a very high level so that very wealthy people can benefit themselves. Right. And so now we've had many, many, many decades of this kind of cultivated elitism that comes from not people wanting to say, I'm better than an electrician, I'm better than a plumber, but because the message from on high, from all of the people who everyone loves, the Obamas and everyone, has been education is it. Education is it. And liberals love a technocracy. They love a technocrat. They love a Barack Obama. They love an Elizabeth Warren who says, I'm very smart and I went to the right schools and therefore I know how to solve all the world's problems, as though poverty exists because someone just hasn't thought it through with their McKinsey brain hard enough. No, these are policy choices that are being made by people who very much benefit from poverty existing, right? Who very much.
Well, Khan, I'm also gonna give him a little bit of grace. If this interview, it seems like this interview is 4 years old. I didn't realize it was a replay. This is one of these things where back during the days of woke and, woke, what they call it, woke is a religion or whatever. These young people who were, the Thomas Chatterton Williams, the Breonna Joy Grays, Thomas Chatterton Wilson is basically a conservative, whether, he might not call himself that. He'd probably call himself a classical liberal too, but that's just a fancy way of saying I'm not as far right as, say, an Irving Kristol. But it's young people like Breonna Joy Gray on the left, the DSA left, and young people like Coleman Hughes, who are pretty much on the right, getting together, and all the rage was, oh, we may differ, but we can steel man and star man each other's arguments, and there can be common ground because we're young and smart, and even though you're a little bit right and you're on the left, there can be common ground. Let's get together and have a baby. That's kind of how it was back in 2022. They probably make good-looking babies, by the way.
Benefit from there being an excess labor market, as we've seen now during COVID, where all of these corporations are all like crying boo boo hoo hoo because their people were empowered enough to actually demand a living wage, when we haven't had a minimum wage raise for the longest period in American history since the minimum wage was invented in 1938. That's where we are. And yet we have all of these like Bloomberg media articles saying, oh, it's a disaster that workers have enough power and leverage because of the stimulus checks to actually demand the wages they should have been getting for a long time if we had inflation adjusted wages. So that's all to say, I agree with you that we are in this problem with this kind of elite education being the be all end all solve, that it isn't. Mm-hmm. But it's not because of just a random left-wing elitism like some people will argue. It's because that is the messaging that has been used to cover for the disastrous economic policies that both corporate parties have been pursuing for the last 30 years. And then there's obviously nothing wrong with college. I personally believe everyone should have the right to go to college because we benefit from a well-educated workforce. We don't need people to labor as much because of automation as we used to. And I think it's a wonderful time to be spending in your life, educating the public, getting to know people who are different from you, having a sense of national solidarity, getting to know your fellow man. I think college is a wonderful experience, and we can afford for everyone to do it. And we should have that ability for everyone if they want it. But I also don't think that we should believe, like, buy into the notion that that is the dividing line between the rich and the poor. Because I'm telling you, these Walton kids and these, Biden kids and all of these elite kids who are running around being very public fail sons are not some elite savants who deserved to get into Wharton and all the schools that their parents have paid for them to get into. And it's not a meritocracy. It's just not.
So you mentioned the minimum wage. And so I'm going to channel my friend who owns a business in New York City. He owns a restaurant and a comedy club. And he says, he tells me, it makes me so angry when people just blithely talk about a minimum wage increase, because what that is a law that I have to pay other people more. And look at my balance sheet, which is very narrow, narrow profit margins, highly competitive industry. And they're telling me I have to pay more to each employee, which means practically I need to fire someone. And why not just have a wage subsidy? If the government is just, why can't the government use taxpayer money to directly pay my workers $1 extra for every $15 I pay them, so that it doesn't come out of my pocket?
Well, I support a number of wage subsidies, one of which is called Medicare for All. Since your small business owner friend will tell you that the number one expense for most business owners is healthcare. I'm a small business owner. I have exactly one employee at my podcast, right? And I can vouch for the fact that healthcare is the biggest expense by far. So instead of all of me paying my contribution to my healthcare, the employer paying the other half of the contribution of the employee's money to healthcare, we all know that same amount of money, less, going straight to the government for an administered healthcare plan that doesn't go through the middleman of these insurance industries who have an enormous bureaucracy that is designed not to help you get better or to get care, but to come up with ways to deny you treatment when you're at one of the hardest moments in your life. That's a good way to have a subsidy. Another one is to talk about a jobs program, which was something on the left's agenda, a guaranteed jobs, a job guarantee, so that we have a place. If you can't pay equitable wages, okay, well, you're the person you want to employ should also have the opportunity to go and work somewhere where they can earn a $15 minimum wage. One thing I will give Joe Biden credit for is that all federal employees now at least have a $15 minimum wage, and contractors have a $15 minimum wage. So maybe your friend isn't able to pay his or her employees a living wage. Okay. I don't think that means that employee deserves to be exploited. I think that means that they should be able to find a job on the job market that will pay them that. And if that means that your employee,
he pays them a living wage. He pays them what waiters and get paid in Greenwich Village.
But Coleman, that's not a living wage. And I don't mean this isn't your friend. I'm not saying your friend's a bad person, but the reality is, before we had a minimum wage, we also didn't have child labor laws. We also didn't have 40-hour week. We had all of these innovations around the New Deal because we were living in a hellscape where we were sending 9-year-olds down chimneys and they were dying at 25 of the black lung. We had no workplace protections. We had no nothing. So unless the argument is, I just don't believe in the minimum wage and we should just have a libertarian hellscape. I mean, God bless you.
The argument is minimum wage versus wage subsidy. One forces me as a business owner to bear the cost of, you want to make the world a better place, but you're ordering me to allocate money in my business differently. And you're forcing me essentially to fire someone in many cases because you think you're making the world a better place, as opposed to direct a wage subsidy, which does the same thing.
I think the answer is, okay, we're not going to make you. We're just going to fucking, we're just going to mock you. If you don't want to pay a living wage, you don't have to, but then we don't have to subsidize or give you tax breaks or anything like that either.
But puts the responsibility on the government.
Well, Coleman, let me ask you this hypothetical. If I'm able to run my business, if I'm able to find someone who's willing to edit my podcast for $1 an hour, let's say they're willing to do that because they're a non-documented immigrant who isn't able to get a job over the table. Let's say it's because they are under immense financial pressure because they have a student loan debt or some other kind of debt that's come due. And they're facing eviction and they have a family or they have medical bills. Let's say whatever constraints they're under, they're willing to do it for an exploitative price when market is at least, let's say, $50 an hour for that job.
For a non-immigrant.
For someone who had the ability to get a different, to go elsewhere, to shop on the marketplace and take their labor elsewhere. I would argue that the only way I get that person to work for me below market value is because the system itself is broken, right? And this is where I think your mom was right about Marx. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure I totally understand the hypothetical because, if it's an immigrant working for you at a low wage, but it's below market for maybe what a native worker would demand, but it's market for immigrant labor in the industry.
The market is artificially created by constraints of a system that we designed. These things aren't natural law. The reality is so I don't want to know that I want to get into this whole profit as wage theft right now, since we're kind of probably nearing the end of our time together. But the reality is, if I'm able to exploit somebody because they don't have options, if I take that ability away,
I worry you're preloading the argument by describing it as exploitation rather than employment.
Well, this is why we have to do labor profit is wage theft.
Yeah.
This is why we have to do that. That's why we always have to do that dance. And I know that, look, I am not some great Marx scholar. I don't know that I've read Marx outside of the context of some sophomore college class. I'm not that person.
He's really hard to read.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking over at my bookshelf because there's many unopened books over there. There's many books that I got 3 words in. But here's the basic gist as I understand it. I'm sorry, all the Marxist scholars who I'm sure going to tell me that I've oversimplified this. But if I am a business owner and I build my business's tables, the reason I'm a business owner, I come to this with capital. I have the capital to buy the wood that is going to go into the tables, right? That's how I'm the business owner. How I got the capital, it's an interesting question. No one ever goes back that far. And that's a really important conversation to have. But I have capital. Let's say it takes $5 of wood for me to build every table. And once the table is built, I can sell it for $10. Okay. That means that's $5 of profit. Somebody built that table, right? And the person who built that table through their labor turned a $5 pile of wood into a $10 table, right? It's worth $10 only because of their labor turned that $5 wood into a $10 table. Without them, I still just have a $5 pile of wood, right?
Yeah, this is the labor theory of value, right?
Correct. So for me to profit, and the whole reason I'm in this, right, is because I want to profit. For me to profit, I have to take some portion of that $5. And that is what one might call exploitation. Because in a world where the laborer happened to have the $5 for the wood to begin with, they would be able to completely recoup the benefits of their labor.
So all managers and owners could be erased from the earth and the production would stay the same.
No, the issue is whether or not the people who are able to front capital should be the ones that are deciding who gets what cut of the labor, as opposed to these other models that the left talks about, like employee ownership, where there are more collaborative decisions being made that aren't based on who just happened to come in with a capital to begin with, right? Because the reason that we have all of these jobs that got offshored, for instance, is because what's good for the corporate owner at the top in terms of marginally increasing profit by 1 cent by making a Malaysian child build your sneakers or whatever is not what the decision making would be of the laborer in Detroit, who doesn't really care about making 1 more cent profit on their dividend. They care about the shop staying local, their ability to drive to work, their ability to keep their job and keep their community intact. And we have these perverse incentives that are happening all over the place because we have a system that is able to be dictated by the owners of capital, who, I got to say, often came to that capital in dishonest ways that had nothing to do with their own work or ingenuity. It's inheritance, it's legacies of slavery or colonialism or exploitation. And I know I'm losing people now saying these words, but it is just a historical reality of the situation. People weren't just bestowed with random amounts of money according to merit upon birth. I wish that's the way the world was, but
So
it's not.
what is your model? Is there a company you can point to that's doing it this way that you think is doing a great job that other companies should emulate?
So employee ownership is a huge thing. And I would recommend you maybe have, if you haven't already, Professor Richard Wolff on the program. I would be happy to put you in touch, and he would do a much better job at this than I am. He's a Marxist economist and a really.
Let me just give you a little preview. Richard Wolff, who's a Marxist economist, he sat down with Glenn Lowry. Dude, I have never been so unimpressed with an economics professor. Glenn just trounced him. It was kind of sad. It was he sat down with Glenn on the Glenn show. This is might be even 2 years ago now. It was unimpressive. Richard Wolff taught at Amherst, so he was a big time professor, but I don't know whether he was having a bad day or what, but fucking Glenn Lowry just mopped the floor with him.
Really wonderful speaker. But Costco, for instance, is an example of an employer ownership model where these kinds of distribution decisions are being made by a collective. I think the Packers,
like Costco has always been touted as having like a great worker culture and so forth. But I'm also, is it the democratic socialist end goal to see, Walmart and Amazon just all looking like Costco? Would that be the like a ball in the net? Or my suspicion is there would be some still very deep and fundamental critiques of even that system, right?
Well, no, I mean, I think the idea would be if business decisions were being made by an employee-owned model, that many, if not all, of the vagaries of companies like Amazon would cease to exist because the people who are designing how the company works would be changing them. So I think it was on a recent episode of my podcast, but it might have been somewhere else I was listening to this, that was breaking down. I know it was. I was talking to Matt Brunig on my show this week. And we were talking about nationalizing the oil industry and some of these other industries that have had to have government bailouts, where the government basically has owned majority stakes in things like GM and then just quietly returned them to private ownership when they didn't have to, right? Like it bought it fair and square. And there's a question as to whether or not the government would do a better job administering it than the companies that got themselves into these troubles to begin with. And as we're talking about rising oil prices and environmental harms and all these other kinds of things, whether or not the government should step in and stop subsidizing the oil industry, just buy it and then help a green transition and wind down in a way that doesn't disadvantage the workers in those industries. Okay, so that's the topic of the conversation. And in that context, Matt Brunig, who's this policy wonk from this People's Policy think tank, which does amazing work, was talking about various companies where the profit margin, like per person, is really extraordinarily large. So there is this idea among some that if you were to distribute all the profits, that it actually wouldn't be enough to go around. You couldn't actually pay everybody a $15 minimum wage and all of that. But he was pointing to these examples where it is absolutely true, and that the employees would be making very different decisions. Another example of this is Dan Price, who became famous and is now kind of like a social media celebrity because he looked around at his own business and was confronted by an employee in the parking lot one day, thought he was a good guy. And the employee was basically mad at him for not paying him enough. And it sent him into a kind of an existential tizzy. And he said, fine, I'm going to cut my salary and we're all just going to make $70,000 a year. Everybody in the company, no matter what they do, I'm getting rid of my $1 million salary or whatever it was, and we're all going to earn $70,000 a year. And what he discovered is that profits went up, his retention went up, his employees were happier, everybody worked harder, and it's like a real feel-good story of a year. And like nobody follows his example, right? Like he makes more money now, but nobody follows his example. So again, I'm speaking in a vague way that is undermining the validity of the case that could be made by someone like Richard Wolff. But that I just am really, I want to challenge listeners to consider the fact that so much of what we accept about how the world is, we treat like it's natural law, as though this wasn't a country that didn't exist 300 years ago and that we didn't design very purposefully. And that capitalism is a system that only came into existence relatively recently post-feudalism, and feudalism only existed relatively recently in the whole history of humanity. And given that all we have achieved, and as great a minds that have come out of this country, I challenge us to continue to think and try to do better and not waste our time comparing ourselves to other places in the world and sitting on our laurels and saying, well, we've done good enough.
Okay, so I'm going to leave it there. There's, I mean, that opens a whole can of worms that I think we'll have to get into again some other time.
We'll have to come on Bad Faith and we can get into it.
Yes, I'm really eager to. But for now, this has been a really great conversation, Brianna. And before I let you go, I just want to point my listeners in your direction. You have the Bad Faith podcast, right?
That's right. That's right. We put out 2 episodes a week, a free episode on Thursdays. And you can also watch full video episodes at Bad Faith YouTube. Or for $5 a month, you can get an extra premium episode every Monday at patreon.com/badfaithpodcast.
That's awesome. Okay. I'm awaiting my invitation.
It's coming. You're getting it right now. Let's set up some time for next week.
Cool. All right, Brianna.
All right. Take care.
Talk soon. Today's episode is a Q&A where I answer questions sent to me by supporters of the podcast. Usually I only release these episodes to members only, but I'm releasing this one to the public because I felt the questions were particularly good. If you have any burning questions you'd like to ask me, and if you'd like to be a part of the next members only Q&A, you can join the Coleman Unfiltered community and become a member today. And you can do that by going to www.colemanhughes.org/unfiltered. So with that said, let's get to the first question. All right, so let's just get right into it. Question number 1. I'm interested to hear your opinion on the Citizens United decision of 2010 in the Supreme Court. I have a theory that this corrupted politics an order of magnitude, at least by ensuring that only candidates with millions of support in dollars from corporations would be able to participate, and virtually promises that when elected, candidates will have no choice but to act in a way that benefits the donors that help them get elected. Do you agree with this assessment? Okay, so great question. Citizens United, of course, was a decision made in 2010 by the Supreme Court to treat spending in political campaigns and in politics in general as a free speech issue, which meant that there was no longer effectively any limit to how much a corporation could donate to politics, whereas before 2010 there was a limit to how much you could donate. And there has been research that I've looked into a little bit on the effect of Citizens United, and my basic assessment of that research is that, as much as I would love to be able to say that money in elections and lobbying in Washington is the reason or one of the main reasons why our politics in this country are so jacked up, the research actually doesn't support that view. So 2 things. One is that money actually has less influence over election outcomes than you might think. And secondly, money has less influence over how politicians vote than you might think. And I know both of those things are counterintuitive. They're counterintuitive to me. So I will link to a very good New York Times article which substantiates those claims. But I guess to make it slightly less counterintuitive, Trump famously spent twice as much as Hillary did, fully twice as much, which is pretty rare in the past 20 years of American politics for any disparity in presidential candidate spending to be that large. Hillary spent literally twice as much as Trump did in 2016 and still got beat. So this is one of those areas where pretty much every problem you could think of is a real problem, right? Like occasionally corporations do straight up buy a politician's vote. Occasionally candidates do just outspend their way over other candidates into an election victory. But if you were to solve that problem, if you were to roll back the clock to the pre-2010 standard on Citizen United, you would notice remarkably few changes in the overall character of our politics. You would notice very few changes probably in the level of polarization, in the level of congressional gridlock, in the level of politicians voting against the interests of the people. I would love to be able to say again that that's the source of the problem because it presents not an easy solution, but at least an intelligible solution. But I think the research unfortunately doesn't support the view that that's the main or even a really large problem with our politics. And once again, I will include at least one of the articles, one of the good articles that I'm referencing in these points, so you can judge it for yourself. Question number 2. Even if one tends to be conservative, how could anyone vote Republican in 2022 given the GOP propensity, which has become a cultural norm in the party, to lie about elections if they don't win? Shouldn't that alone severely reduce one's confidence in virtually any Republican candidate? Okay, another good question, and something I'm sure a lot of people are thinking. So when Trump didn't commit to a peaceful transition, it was in one of the debates with Biden. I can't remember which one. The anchor basically asked him straight up, would you compete? Would you commit to a peaceful transition? And his answer wasn't yes. It was hemming and hawing and saying, not necessarily. And all of that raised an immediate red flag for me because as important as the candidates in any particular election are, what's more important to me is that they play by the rules of the game. So if you don't agree to play by the rules of the game, that makes me more nervous than almost any plausible policy position any candidate could have, because once again, the point of the peaceful transition of power, the point of democracy and electing a new leader every 4 years is not just so that we get leaders that institute policies that we the people want. That's one point of democracy. A more fundamental and arguably more important point of democracy is to act as a kind of discharge of the anger that people are going to feel, right? When you have a monarchy, what happens when the people get angry? They get angry enough, they devolve into revolution, they overthrow the king, and there's bloodshed in the streets, sometimes for years. There's uncertainty as to who's ruling. A lot of the point of democracy is to act, for these elections every few years, to act as a peaceful discharge of energy and resentment. And when candidates don't commit to that, it makes me very nervous, because I think that's one of the most important features of democracy, full stop. Okay, so having got that out of the way, and also having said that, what Trump has done on this point is just absolutely egregious, actually trying to pressure Republicans to overturn votes, to declare the election stolen, using his power and clout as president to do that, and all the rest. It's all horrible. To get to this specific question, the questioner here says, how could anyone vote for any Republican, given that this lying about elections is a GOP propensity, to use the words of the questioner? So that, I think, is unfair. I think, it's one thing to note how cowardly most Republicans have been, even though most of them know that Trump lost pretty much fair and square, how cowardly they've been in, outside of Liz Cheney and a few others, from actually standing up for democracy against party, right? Putting principle over party. Very few of them have done that. It's one thing to observe that. It's another thing to say that because Trump tried to steal the election, therefore every Republican is going to try to steal the election. That, I think, is an invalid conclusion to draw. I mean, you should remember just how atypical a Republican Trump was and is in some way still. I think it's far too soon to say that the Republican Party is now the party for all time of stealing elections, right? I think that's jumping to conclusions. The last thing I'll say about this is Democrats should be a little bit less holier than thou on the issue of claiming that elections have been stolen. A few things to remind people of on this issue. How many Democrats believed that, Al Gore really won the election in 2000? Now, that election was admittedly much closer, but still there were lots of prominent Democrats, and probably lots to this day, that will say that that election was stolen. And you can't really say that that's, if you're really going to lampoon anyone who's claiming an election was stolen, you're going to have to lampoon a lot of those people too. Another thing to remember, at one point, 2/3 of Democrats, something like that, according to a YouGov poll, I remember, believed that Russia had tampered with the vote count to elect Trump in 2016, right? Which is pretty close to a belief that Russia helped Trump steal the election, right? That was a pretty widely subscribed belief in roughly late 2016, early 2017. You also have an example like Stacey Abrams, who at least as of 2020, I haven't checked since, was still claiming that Brian Kemp had stole the governorship of Georgia from her, even though she lost by like 50,000 votes 2 years prior. All this to say, Democrats should not think themselves innocent of this particular sin just because Trump has done the most important, most egregious example of it. So that's all I'll say about that. Okay, question number 3. What do you recommend someone in the lower echelons of middle management do in an environment like we're in to foster an approach that's focused on solutions that don't use race as a proxy for the variables that we're trying to improve? In case it matters, I'm a middle-aged white man in a department overwhelmingly full of women, including virtually all senior leadership. Okay, so that's the question. What do I recommend to someone in middle management specifically do to focus on solutions that don't use race as a proxy for the real things we're trying to improve? So, without having more details, it's hard to actually say, and I definitely can't really speak to the challenges of middle management in particular. But what I would say to the general point is that certainly with governments and often with other organizations, we have ways of measuring what.
Well, we'll let him answer this question, then I'm going to wrap this up. I know that he's dull to a guy like Megabyte, who is used to the exciting life that being Megabyte can be.
Other people and how much people are financially struggling that are race blind, right? Like the government, they have your tax returns. If you run a business, many programs to qualify for financial aid for the government require you to submit things like your gross receipts from the past year, or the dollar amount of the debt that your business is in. It's absolutely normal, commonplace for the government to ask this kind of information and to have this kind of information and to act upon the specific details of that information, right? Like if you're applying to financial aid in college, if you're if you're a restaurant owner, if you were a restaurant owner applying for pandemic time aid, all of that, you would literally tell the government how much money you need, how much money you're in debt, how, what the difference between your gross receipts last year and this year was, and they would give you that amount. So it's not at all beyond the capability of organizations to use finances as as a proxy for how much an individual or a business is struggling. It's just that it's more convenient ideologically to use race, and it's more trendy. So, and it closes you off ever to any accusations of not caring enough about Black people or not caring about racism, right? It inoculates you against that accusation, which is unfortunately is socially very important for people in a lot of different situations. Okay, next question. What is my view of historically Black colleges and universities, aka HBCUs? How do these schools square with my vision of colorblindness, and how do I view the dire financial straits that these schools are in? Okay, historically Black colleges and universities. What do I think of them, and how do I square my thoughts about them with my general vision of a colorblind society, a race-blind society? So this is a great question. My father and sister both went to historically Black colleges. One went to Howard University and one went to Spelman. And from what I know, they had really great experiences at both of those schools. These schools are beloved by many who go to them. And so in general, I feel towards them like I would feel towards any other college. But obviously the questioner, what the questioner is getting at is basically these are historically Black schools. They're Black schools. And do I think it's okay for a school to just be a Black school, right? Isn't that essentially some kind of racial discrimination or unhealthy race obsession or something of the like? Okay, so I mean, I have to imagine that's where the questioner is coming from. The first thing to note here is that none of these schools are entirely Black. Everyone's allowed to apply to these schools. They have white students, they have Asian students, they have Hispanic students. I looked it up, and for example, Howard University, which is the flagship historically Black college in the country, is only 68% Black. So, 32% white, Hispanic, and other. White kids at this school basically they have 4 years of the experience that Black people have in most spaces, which is just being a minority, right? Just not, being roughly 10% of the people in the room. And so these schools are not excluding anyone on the basis of race. There are white professors. I think some of these schools have even had white presidents in the not too distant past. I could be wrong about that. So I would say in general, there's no conflict between supporting the existence of historically Black colleges and universities and also supporting a general principle of race-blind college admissions, which I do. My impression is that because these schools are known historically and socially to be majority Black schools, that fewer non-Black people apply to these schools to begin with. And, that is not different in principle from, there are certain colleges that are known in the Jewish community to have a large number of Jewish students, and Jewish parents are often more likely to tell their kids to apply to Barnard College. And it's not that the Barnard admissions department is racially or ethnically rigging their admissions. It's just that a culture of a school being heavily Black or heavily Jewish or heavily anything can be sustained over years simply by people knowing that that's what the culture is, right? And I'm fine with people choosing to go to schools that they feel fit with their own cultural desires. I think there's nothing at all wrong with that. So yeah, in general, I would say there's no contest between race blindness and the existence of schools that are known to sustain a particular culture and that sustain that culture through the choices of thousands of individuals over many years. And then the questioner also asks about the dire financial straits that these schools are in. So that's something I don't actually know much about. And I really only know about it through the controversy of President Trump's Future Act, which he signed into law in 2019. Previously, historically Black colleges and universities had to ask Congress every year for money, essentially, for aid from the government. And every year they would give it. And, we're talking $100 million thereabouts, right? And Trump signed into law the Future Act, which made $85 million automatic every year, right? So they no longer had to petition Congress every year. That money became automatic. Now, of course, Trump spinned this into a lie, which was to say that he gave more money to Black colleges than Obama did. That actually was not true at all. It's just that he made a similar amount of money, maybe even a slightly smaller amount of money. But effectively, he made the same amount of money that Obama gave automatic instead of colleges having to petition Congress for it every year. So Trump lied about that to try to, say he's done more for Black people than Obama did. Not out of character for him to lie in that way at all. And then left-leaning media outlets pretty much did everything in their power to downplay what Trump did and to remind us that Trump is still
Yep, there goes the whataboutism. And it's to be expected. These guys can't criticize the right without, looping in the left. Never able to understand why. I guess it somehow or another gives them a facade of even-handedness. But this guy is a younger, Blacker version of Ryan. You got to criticize both sides. You can't just criticize one side. So salute to Ryan. Salute to Black Ryan. So I'm going to wrap this up. I'm sitting here munching on a chicken wing. I think rather than chewing into the microphone, I'm just going to wrap this up and concentrate on eating dinner. I shall be back tomorrow around probably around 3 o'clock or so. I enjoyed it. Everybody, please make sure that you hit the like button on the way out. Please, if you are new to the show, subscribe to the channel. Check us out. We don't always show Coleman Hughes, so you won't always be bored. But because we actually were up at 330 subscribers, and I see that we lost one. Probably something I said yesterday. Yeah, I can never keep subscribers after a weekend where I do 2 shows. Someone is bound to say something. Usually it's me to piss somebody off. So we're back down to 329. But I will see everybody tomorrow. Everybody have a good night. And who knows? I may see somebody on somebody else's show in the chat. So y'all take it easy. Oh, and by the way, Chuck, I went a whole show and didn't mention Nightish. So make sure that gets transmitted to him. See y'all later.